Welcome to Tuesday, July 15th, 2025 meeting. Please silence your cell phones, pagers, and other electronic communication devices. Agendas and speaker request forms are located at the back of the chambers for anybody who wants to speak. Fill one out, bring it up front, and we'll get you on the. We're going to have a call order. We got Gary Drews on Zoom today, so we will do a roll call and determination of a quorum. Kara, can you handle that for us, please?
Sure. Durr,
Here.
Drews,
Here.
Hadcock,
Here.
Roskinick,
Here.
Wyffenbach.
Here. That gives us a quorum, so we will have a moment of silent reflection from Ron Roskinek today. Thank you, Mr. Ron.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, and we have a pretty robust agenda today, so if we can keep everybody on task and on track, I would greatly appreciate that. So, number 5, a review and approve the agenda.
So moved.
I have a motion from Hadcock, second from Durr to approve the agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. The consent agenda, the Board of Commissioners uses a consent agenda to act on non-controversial and routine items. The consent agenda is acted upon by one motion and vote of the board. Items may be removed from the consent agenda and placed on the regular agenda at the request of a board member or a citizen. The consent agenda contains the following items. So do we have anybody from the audience that wants to remove anything from the consent agenda? Okay, seeing none. Do we have anybody from the commission that would like to remove something from the consent agenda?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Roskinek?
item C.
Item C. Item C will be removed from the agenda. Approve the vouchers in amount of $19.09. Any other items? So if we would entertain a motion removing C and approving the others.
I'll make the motion, Mr. Chair.
Second.
I have a motion from Mr. Roskinek to approve the consent agenda excluding item C. A second by Commissioner Durr. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. We'll go on to item number C, approve the vouchers in the amount of $1,909,369.53. Mr. Roskinek, you have the floor, sir.
Mr. Chair, I'm still getting used to the diligent system, but I noticed that there's not an attachment on item C that shows a breakdown of the vouchers. So I just wanted to point that out.
Okay. Thank you.
If I may, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
yes.
That was an oversight. We did get it posted publicly, but it did not get attached to the diligent platform. It is on there now if you refresh your screens, but I'm sorry about that.
Yep, no, just
Thank
wanted
you.
to
Thank you
point
for
it
calling
out.
that out, Commissioner Roskinek. So we have a motion to approve C.
So move.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Roskinek, seconded by Hadcock. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. We will move on to item 7. Items from the public per SDCL 125-1. So I don't have any, do we have a speaker request one? Okay, we do have one. So speakers in this section will be recorded in the minutes by name and area of interest. So Dale Bussey, if you wouldn't mind coming forward, and then, are you here, Dale? You can come forward and just give us your name and address, and then we'll give you some time to explain what you would like to talk to us about, sir. There'll be no action taken today, but we can definitely consider your thoughts.
Sure. Is this on? Okay.
It is.
You're free to go.
Will it catch me? Okay. My name is Dale Booz. I'm on 1191 Creekside View Avenue, Rapid City, South Dakota. And I would like to talk to you today, being you're talking about your budget on what you're spending on using these computerized tabulators versus going to hand count. So I put some numbers together, and in the 2023 and 2024 election cycle, you have spent with ES&S $164,000. You had 72,100 ballots. I didn't narrow it down to the last one, I just rounded it out. So anyway, to hand count the ballots, we've done time trials, and if you have 11 issues on a ballot, you can count 100 ballots in an hour. And if you have 5 people working that table, and you pay them $20 an hour, that's $100 an hour. So it comes to $1 a ballot, which is important. So you had 72,100 ballots. So that would have cost the county $72,100. But you spent $64,000. So just quick math, that's $92,000 more than need be to get the same results. I thought you might be interested in that. You may not know what you're spending on this. Every county does this. And so I put some numbers together for the state. Now going back to that 11 issues, so if you got 6 issues, it's 50 cents a ballot. We never have 11 issues on a primary election. We might have 3, maybe 4. So you can kind of do the numbers in your head. But the state as a whole had 542,500 ballots total. So, $1 a ballot, $542,500. They spent with ES&S almost $8 million. Now you take the difference and you come up with the state spent $1.25 million more than they should have. That's substantial. And Pennington County helped contribute to that deficit. I'm asking you to seriously consider to go to hand count our ballots. It's transparent, the money stays local, and ES&S, you know, they say everything is proprietary. You can't even get into the machines to check out if they're legitimate. And they say that they're proprietary to trade secrets. Is that what we need? Trade secrets in our election? I think not. You know, we need to go back to counting our ballots in our precincts. We don't need to bring them to a centralized location. Now you got a big deal if you want to hand count. You got 48 precincts, and they're all counting at the same time. Meade County counted ballots till 6 o'clock in the morning with the tabulators. I can guarantee you, if they hand counted till 6 o'clock in the morning, you know what they would say? You know, we got to find a better way to do this. But do you hear that with those machines? No. So common sense to me is you can get the same job done for way less money. Now you're putting your budget together here. To me, it should be a common sense decision. And if you continue using those tabulators, my question to you is, who's making you do this? I know you guys are up here and got voted in because you have common sense. Without a doubt. You know, we never voted these tabulators in as public. They were forced upon us, and now we can't get rid of them. What would that tell you if you weren't sitting on the board? It's a big concern. I thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming forward.
Thank
You have a
you,
great day. And I think that concludes public comment. So we will go to items from buildings and grounds, conceptual planning, county buildings and property.
Oh,
Did I miss
did you want to
something?
speak?
I did, I'm late.
Oh, okay.
I didn't have time to sign in.
Okay.
I'm Cindy Cook. I have a business and building downtown Rapid City.
Sure, Cindy.
And I am concerned about how money's being spent and pertaining to the tabulators. There's a lot more money being spent that needs to be. So I would just add that I think it's very important to get rid of these tabulators on a security viewpoint as well, because they're not secure, contrary to what everybody's been told. They're not. I do have a graph that I printed out before I came, if anybody would like to see this, on the expenses that Pennington County,
Thank you.
only have one, but and, you know, the fact that Tulsi Gabbard is putting together a task force to get to the bottom of the integrity of our elections says a lot. So I hope everybody takes all that into consideration and considers if they want to keep doing business with ES&S in the future, spending more money and making the voters less and less sure about whether or not their vote counts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay. Is there anybody else or, well, okay. Thank you. And we'll have Mr. Davis. You can't live without that, man. We're all feeling for you.
I need a tether. You guys got a tether for me?
Just gave me a friend one.
Items from building and grounds, conceptual planning presentation,
control
county buildings and properties. Mr. Davis Purcell.
On diligent, or is it on
You can do it on diligent, or it's also on.
I'll go ahead and let you.
Better on, it displays better on diligent.
Right, thank you. Give me just a brief moment here. All right, good morning, Commissioners. Davis Purcell, Director of Buildings and Grounds for Pennington County. I'm going to go through a little bit of a presentation here at the beginning on some of our needs as a county, mainly facility-related, staffing-related, things like that, based off of different data that I've collected over the last few months. And then we'll talk about, potentially looking at consolidating some properties or see which direction you guys want to go. So why we're revisiting the data, just want to make sure we're making informed transitions as the concourse building opens up in the fall, and then provide data-backed recommendations for future space planning for Pennington County. The BKV study, I'm going to refer to this a lot. I did not include it into here because there's a lot of data in that I've also used as part of my research here. But what the BKV study did well, it identified that we needed some, we had some space needs. It did provide a lot of future-facing projections, and it brought attention to long-term planning for the county. Where it fell short, and I've heard this from multiple departments, that it just lacked deeper collaboration within department leadership, meaning some of the meetings, took place without some of the leadership there, or there wasn't a lot of referencing back to the data that they provided to talk about once they presented it. And then also it overestimated population growth and staffing needs, and we'll go over that. So first slide. This is the 2040 population projections that BKV had. They projected 147,300. That's a 27% growth from their study was in 2022. We do have updated revised projections from Lightcast and Elevate, as well as just some other data metrics that you can use online that show we're sitting between 136 and 140 for the projected 24 population projections. And obviously I'll continue to refine this as the data becomes available. So this just breaks it down for a little better context. You can see here the blue line is BKV. I couldn't find their start, like exactly what they had for 2025, but if you put this in on this graph, you can see they at least had us at 120,000 or higher already in 2025, with the total population at 147,000 by 2040. And then if you look at these orange red lines, however they come up on your sheet, you can see down at the bottom, the lower line is based off of a 0.59% growth. And then the middle line is 0.78% population growth. And then the top line is 0.97 population growth. And you can see here this spike includes 1,000 people per year for the Ellsworth expansion. I believe that's going to be done around 2030 when they have all those people accounted for, and then you can see it kind of tapers back off. And then we're going to move on to staffing projections here, and stop me at any time if you have questions. The staffing projections here in 2022, the staff headcount that BKV had was 914. I could not find the data on that, meaning I don't know how many county employees that was specifically, how many courts employees, and RCPD was also included in there, and I could not find a breakdown for that. But they showed by 2040, we would have a 47% growth in staffing, which is 1,340 employees. Sort of the revised projections that I'm looking at here, and again, this is all data backed. I can share everything with you. I did not include all of my sources and all the other stuff at the back end of this, but I certainly can. We're showing more about between 950 and 1,100 for the revised projection for 2040 staffing needs. And again, if you look up here, this is important. This is for county, courts, and RCPD all included. So
Chair, just a question. So Mr. Davis, so per thousand, it's 7.2 FTEs per thousand now,
county employees.
right?
Yeah,
And
we have 841 county employees.
Okay, so it's 7.2 per thousand.
Mhm.
And so I looked up Minnehaha, and it's got a population of 212.61, and their FTEs are 635, and that's pretty much 3 FTEs per 1,000. So let's just say there's an anomaly in Pennington County. Let's add 100 extra FTEs that we might not accounted for different areas that we do different. That's still 3.5. Then I looked up what's typical in the counties in general. It's usually 4 to 5 per 1,000. How'd we get there? What do we need to do different? I would say we need to do something different. If it's 7.2 FTEs per 1,000 in Pennington, and then we have other counties that are typical at 4 to 5, and we have a population that's double ours, and then I add anomaly that we might have of 100, it's only 3.5. So there needs to be a change in Pennington County and how we do business with the FTEs, and where we're moving forward. Based on the growth, like I said, and then you add to that 7.2, that's a lot of FTEs in Pennington County. And then I keep saying and have said, there's gonna be technology driven, and it's gonna move forward in a way that we don't need as much building space, hopefully, and as many FTEs to run those different areas. So, based on BKV, tried to say it in the first time when we talked about this, and you're right. And I'm glad you recalculated because it wasn't making sense to me then. And now that I figured it out based on real numbers, it's quite an anomaly in Pennington County that we have 7.2 FTEs per 1,000. So thank you, Mr. Davis.
So, again, the titles are important here. The last slide, you can see it's counties, courts, and RCPD staffing projections. 2040, this is county and courts only, so just excluding RCPD. You can see the BK projection in 2040 would have been about 1,203 total employees. And again, we have 841 now, so keep that in mind. If you base it off of population scaling, so even if we were to grow to 145,000 people, we may need this many employees. To put it into context, if you add 5 FTEs a year, this is the number you get to. If you add 8 FTEs a year, that's the number you get to. And what I did here is I threw 50 correctional officers sort of on the back end and added it onto this number. That's, again, pending jail project and those future needs and how that project turns out.
So, Chairman.
Commissioner Hadcock.
So basically, if we do the entire jail tower with 50 FTEs, it's 1,011, and they had us at, not even with, did they have the jail tower in their 1,203?
They did have some projections for a future jail, they did, but I don't know what their calculations were specifically on COs, on correctional officers.
Okay, that's quite a difference. Thank you.
And then, so titles are important here. 2040 staffing projections with RCPD. So this is the data, this is the number I showed you on the main slide. So this was their projection with RCPD, courts, and county. You can see it goes up to 1,340. Even if you base it off of population scaling, I can't fathom that type of staffing increase. It's almost a 50% increase over 15 years from now. Again, if you hire 5 FTEs, hire 8, or another 50 COs, we can get to that point.
So Chair, I'm gonna keep asking them questions, sorry. So, how many does the PD have now?
Currently, well, in our downtown campus, roughly 90 employees.
So they projecting on the next page, so 90, 47 more by 2044 police officers?
No, so this is actually, this graph shows 2040 to 2025 staffing projections. This is just an increase of staffing alone. So I'm not, basically all these numbers start from, our current staffing levels. So from this point forward, RCPD would be roughly 137, they would need 137 more FTEs by 2040.
Plus the 90?
Plus what they already have downtown, correct?
Holy crap.
And again, the majority of RCPD's growth is gonna be patrol. So it's not, they don't need confined office spaces, but again, with patrol adds admin, adds everything else. It's difficult to project again, I don't work for the city. I would love to have someone from there help conceptualize some of this growth and understand it better. But as you can see, this is sort of a big piece of what I'm going to be talking about, because in no facet can we continue to, I guess, utilize our downtown property space for RCPD growth over time. I think that relationship in the sheriff's office needs to maintain itself in ways that I don't know how those operations work, but over time, we're really going to have to go to the table and have those hard discussions with RCPD about what they actually see happening with their growth long term. So by 2040, the courts will add roughly 25 people from now. Sheriff, I just threw a number in here again. He has some staffing needs. They're not major, but if we build a new jail, this number can fluctuate dramatically. State's attorneys, roughly 33 employees by 2040, 33 additional employees. ESS or 911, 26, and treasurer, 14. And this number I strictly pulled from BKV. I did not have time to meet with Annette on this.
So Davis,
Yeah.
where'd you come up with 33 for state's attorney when they have 63.5 right now?
I had a conversation with Laura, and we came to the conclusion that roughly an attorney per year plus a legal secretary for every other attorney, plus some other staffing projections she had over the next 4 years. So she may be able to speak to that a little bit more. We didn't dive super deep into her staffing needs. I took what BKB had, and then I had a brief conversation with her. But mainly that growth is attorneys and legal secretaries.
This is growth, right? This is not current.
This is additional FTEs only
Yeah,
over the next
She has
15 years.
63.5
Yeah.
Yeah,
right
but this is-
now.
yeah,
And then you're
this
going
is
to
just-
add 33 more in the
Right.
next
Okay.
15 years. Yeah,
And-
I'd like to know what Minnehaha, I didn't look it up, what Minnehaha has for, I know it's different in one sense, like you said, you got to add anomalies.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a lot of attorneys. Police, or the sheriff, I understand, it could be this, it could be that, but same thing. I don't know, I think right now we have a lot of FTEs in some of the departments already, so that we're overstaffed in some of them, that's my opinion.
And
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Durr.
So in these numbers that you're showing with what about the other departments? Increased staffing needs?
these were the increasing the most out of all of the departments. So I didn't break it down to the other ones are fairly minimal over a 15-year stretch.
All right.
So
And you
I
included
can
in,
I can certainly get you guys that information though. Yep.
well, you included that on 5 FTEs a year, 9 FT.
Yep,
that-
yeah, in these projections, everything is calculated, every department within the county. And the reason these are highlighted differently is obviously because these are,
Bigger ones.
they're not, obviously, the courts are state employees, and these are city employees. These are strictly county employees. And, this number, like I said, the sheriff there will be FTEs that he will need for administrative purposes or other reasons. But a lot of these would be correctional officers. So you're not looking at a lot of square footage here outside of the jail itself, but not necessarily for office needs and things like that. So this is the square footage that BKV allocated per employee in their 2022 study. I am still unsure how this number ever came to fruition for 468 square feet. This is the blanket average, that 468 that they put on every single employee in our facilities. A correctional facilities average is 450 square feet per employee. That's national average. That is for correctional officers because they're usually serving a cell block that is fairly expansive, and there's only one or two correctional officers per cell block, things like that. So I'm just trying to put something in context here, but right here you have the GSA national average, which is 190 square foot, and this is for public-facing offices. This is usually what is allocated per employee. I think our target average can be between 200 to 300 square feet per employee, and these calculations are offices, common corridors, public waiting spaces, conference rooms, restrooms. It takes everything into consideration. So again, this number may have been accurate for some correctional facilities items, but when they have it on a slide, I did not include it in here, but it shows that they allocated 468 square feet per employee as a blanket average, which obviously drives what was showing our square footage needs. It was very, very high at the time.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Ruskinen.
So Davis, let's assume you got 1,000 square feet of office space.
Yep.
And the typical employee, that 190 square feet, that would include, I'm looking at a cubicle. The typical cubicle size is that 10 by 10 roughly?
Yep.
So
I'd say that.
100 square feet? Okay, I'm just trying, so.
Yeah, and then I can break it down for you
I
a
just
little.
wondered if you had 1,000 square feet and your net usable area for employee, what percent of that total 1,000 square feet would be hallways, elevators, vestibules, break rooms, and so?
It's just, it just breaks down in a, sort of, it's portioned per department. So if you have a department that has, let's take the treasurer's office into, just because it's sort of easy to talk about, they have a public waiting area. So that would be taken into consideration in their space. How many FTEs do they have? How many offices do they have? How many conference rooms do they have? And then some shared restrooms and corridors. And basically, so you would take their office space, which may be 100 square feet, and then you take all the other square footage and you divide it by the amount of employees that they have. And again, in that case, you may end up over 190 square feet, but it's rare that you get to a point ever where you need 468 square feet for that. I didn't get to break this down even further based on every single department, but I certainly can. It's a lot of work because every single one of them are different, but I can tell you right now that almost every single one of them will fall within the 190 to 300 square feet.
Yeah, I guess my question was, before we got into this any deeper, was that 200 the square foot target, that included all the common areas, restrooms, hallways? and
It does,
whatnot?
yes,
Yeah,
it does.
Thank you.
Yep,
Mr. Davis,
yeah.
when you use these numbers, like, they count each one of your employees that don't have, basically, they're in the field all the time, counts every sheriff?
Yep,
Yeah, so these
Yep,
people
so like
don't even
when
have
we-
space used typically.
right, and so like, a lot of my maintenance guys don't have offices, they just have like a break room, which then that space gets divided amongst them. Now then, with B&G, you're also gonna have storage needs, you're gonna have, fleets, equipment storage and stuff like that, so that could expand what you actually calculate per employee for those needs, but again, it varies drastically.
So it's just easier
so-
to use the total employees, and that's where you
Yep.
come up with 190.
And that's why the 200 to 300 is a fairly,
Very liberal.
fairly decent average, and it's pretty conservative as well. Okay. So, phase one, these are departments that are not moving to concourse. I have already spoken with pretty much everyone on here except for the courts. I've spoke with Liz a little bit about some items, but we have some more things we need to get into there, and that's a much bigger monster, the court system is. And the one item, or the one department I didn't have on here is Human Services, who is located over at Care Campus, and I have not spoken with them yet. Phase two, these are all departments that are moving to concourse, and you can see, so I think everyone's been out to concourse and seen the space out there, and I can tell you confidently that building will hold up for decades for those departments, with growth aligned inside of it, but that this phase two will come later. So the end goal of this assessment is really just to continue to emphasize long-term campus planning, and obviously maximize the use of existing facilities. I'll talk more about that here in a bit. And it goes along with the second one, optimize the use of the vacated administrative spaces following the concourse relocation, align building usage with department size and foot traffic, And then, you know, this one's a huge one here. Acknowledge RCPD's significant projected growth. I've talked about that a little bit, but we're really gonna have to come to the table and figure out exactly what we're gonna do for the long-term planning with RCPD and how that looks, because I'm not trying to squeeze a department out of PSB. That's not what I'm trying to do, or squeeze RCPD out of there. But I can tell you confidently, if they continue to maybe buy precincts in different, you know, in the south and the north and the east and the west, and they can expand that way rather than downtown, because really we don't have anywhere to expand downtown. If they continue to do that, it allows the sheriff's office to continue to grow within our own county building at the public safety building. Concourse, again, this is phase 2, but you'll see a department-specific growth plan aligned with all of that available square footage. This will obviously avoid future overcrowding, and then plan for future expansion out there as well. So what does this do? It builds on the BKB foundation, doesn't replace it. It aligns with updated data, focuses on practical reuse of existing space. It supports the commission's directive to reduce costs, creates department-level recommendations, and what does it need to succeed? Just clear objectives, current data, continuing to be a fluid document, leadership support obviously, a shared focus on what's best for the county's future, and then I will be transparent at every stage during this process. Any more questions on that before we get into
Mr.
some more
Chair.
stuff?
Yeah, it's Mr.
So Davis, over at the Public Defender's Building, which is 14 St. Joe, right now, how many per square foot estimate per employee based on the 36,000 square feet that building is? I believe it's 36,000 square
40.
feet. Just so that we get an idea of what we currently have over there per employee. And that would include
Question,
your elevators.
I bet that would fall between 350 and 400 square feet per employee, would be my guess.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't have that right now, but that would be my guess based off of public defender's current staffing levels and ours. It's probably closer to the 400 because we have less than 100 employees total, and that building is 40,000 square feet, 39,000 square feet, so.
Well, okay, everything I've seen is 36, but I'm good with 42. So if we ask the public defender to come up here and say, what do you feel based on the increase in crime that you see in the Rapid City and Pennington County, western South Dakota, what do you feel your number of employees that you're going to need in 15 years from now? There again, we're just asking the source, the folks that deal with this every day. And if they say, you know, I don't know what the answer is going to be, but then could we take that projection 15 years out and then divide it into 40,000 and see where that comes out, how many square feet per employee, just so that we're all on the same page and we're including the department heads in this conversation?
Sure, yes, and they have been. I have had multiple meetings with Eric over the last few months, and also that number that we're looking at for 2040, 2045 is roughly 50 to 55 FTEs for that department, and right now I believe they're at 36. And you'll see in the admin building concept that I'll show here in a bit we can accommodate that growth within this building. But I can certainly put a number to the First Interstate Bank building as well.
My concern is that if the department heads are happy with these projections, they feel comfortable with it, so do I.
Okay, got it. And if they can certainly come up at any point and talk if they want to. I'm going to briefly go through this. This is just a summary. I made sure to add not every single building, but the majority of buildings that house the majority of our departments. So obviously the bank or the Public Defenders and Operations building currently houses public defenders and buildings and grounds. And then you'll see the conceptual consolidation plan for that. County admin building, the building we're standing in now, conceptual plan for that. You will see here that includes the public defenders and buildings and grounds moving back into this building. Highlights of that plan that you will see is the fire admin is moving into the soon to be former HR area. State's attorneys is expanding, public defenders is moving back into their space on 3rd floor, but also expanding down to level 2. We have records, civil, and warrants from public safety building potentially moving into the public-facing counters up on second floor, and I'll show you guys that. And then B&G moves into the IT space. The estimated remodel cost that we're looking at right now is between 1 and 2.5 million. That can really drastically change depending on how much we really want to dive into it. I'm trying to keep those costs as low as possible by just doing the minimal amount of work as possible, because a lot of the space we have now is pretty much user-friendly and ready to move into, but there is a little bit of work that has to happen. The public safety building, you will also see that plan. Right now, it houses the sheriff's office and RCPD. Some of the key considerations are obviously record, civil, and warrants moving over to CAB, like I mentioned. I am not recommending the 24/7 program be relocated to downtown. We can certainly have a longer conversation about that. Same with DCI. I don't know how DCI operates within the sheriff's office, so that would be something the sheriff would have to speak on if that could be moved to the downtown space. And then PSB could be used as a swing space to relocate the jail admin people over. If the jail project goes through and we're remodeling that space, we can use the PSB building as swing space. Another part of this presentation is going to show some of the buildings and grounds site. We call it the Harley Building, the wood shop and metal shop. We have had a lot of interest in those lots from developers. I think for a long time, B&G has put other departments first before themselves in a lot of aspects. And I think it's really time we start to look at what a long-term planning solution for B&G could look like to potentially consolidate those shops and potentially build a new building. Obviously, it's a big request or a big thing to think about. But again, it's time we look into that. And I also believe that this was talked about as part of the bonding efforts that were made back in 2022 or 2023 when they bonded for the money that we currently have now. Part of it was for potential B&G building. Jail and jail annex. This is pretty self-explanatory. We have some aging infrastructure in the 1989 jail and some overcapacity issues. So that project is ongoing. Concourse, it's going to be the new administration building. Again, that will support long-term growth for those departments for decades. Evidence building, it is a county-owned facility utilized by the Sheriff's Office, RCPD, and Highway Patrol, but it is 100% staffed by RCPD, and I believe there are about 15 employees over there.
How many?
15 at the evidence building. Courthouse, like it states there, growth within the court system is expected to continue at a manageable pace, so we just need to make sure we can rework some existing layouts, build out unfinished, underutilized areas, especially down in the basement, and then maintain flexibility for future courtrooms and support space. No immediate major expansion is needed, but we obviously are going to have to keep adjusting to keep pace with the courts. Pivot Point, that is the building that is behind the CARE campus. That is a county-owned facility that's operated by West River Mental Health. Then you have the CARE campus, which hosts several sheriff's office supported departments, including crisis care center, detox, and then I mistakenly put human services in there. Barry made me hear about that. So apologies there, but human services is not part of the sheriff's office. But no changes are currently planned right now for that space. And then the original jail, which is the former B&G building, this is the building that's kind of in the courthouse, right as you pull into the courthouse parking lot off of Kansas City Street. And this right now serves as patrol and training spaces for Sheriff's Office and RCPD. I don't really need to get into this document unless you guys need me to. I provided this a while back. It shows what our building name is, the square footage. Do we own it or not? Is it leased? Do we lease it out or are we leasing it? And then the primary occupants in there. You can kind of see the total square footage. This is everything that's listed on this list. It's not everything that we have, but it's the majority. And then it shows the amount we currently lease. This is what we pay per year for lease. And this is leased from the county that we currently make. off of a couple
Mr.
facilities.
Davis, I'd like to go through a couple things that I learned. So, why I'm saying that is we have the Old County Administration, we have 12 departments in it, am I correct?
Oh, sorry, say that again.
We have 12 departments in
The current administration building, yes.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
There's 105 square feet, 871. And then we have about 25,000 common space or mechanical room. Am I correct?
You, out of,
Something like
out
that.
of this
Out of the
building,
105,
out of
yes,
this
sir.
building, yeah, roughly 20 to 25,000 of
So you're
common
using
space.
80,000 square feet for basically employees, and you have 12 departments,
Correct.
okay? Then across the street, you have 40,000 square feet. How much common area do you have, or mechanical? 5,000,
The
10,000?
majority of the mechanical's on the roof, so it's minimal other than public corridors. So I'd say probably 5 to 8,000.
Okay, so you have two departments on 40,000 square feet across the bank. Then let's go to concourse. We have 76,000 square feet. How much of common area do you have, basically? Halls and mechanical?
It's actually, I would say about 50,000 of that, 55,000 of that is occupied by staff. So I'd say roughly 20,000 is common space.
Okay, so then
and
you have
others. 8
departments in 50-some thousand space. So you have, anybody getting this? So if you have 8 departments in about 56,000 square feet, but across the street, you have 2 departments in 40,000 square feet with not a common. I'll keep saying, when this all came about with BKV, that's exactly what I was saying. It's overdone. You're using a space that wasn't needed, and you still have square footage in this building, obviously, and you had square footage left, which you could have took, and we could have took, and used maybe the kitchens and all that. There wasn't a have to have kitchens and everything over there. Here's the problem as well. You took TSP's plan, and you had a construction manager change it. So they had a perfectly good plan for what was going to happen over at the concourse, and we had some departments that went in there and changed it. Some made room so they could get out the back door through the halls in different areas. That's just crazy to me. What happened? Transparent communication? We never had. So now we have a design with hallways that look like mazes because some of the departments decided they needed to redo their areas with a construction manager instead of architects. We had some very untransparent stuff happening on these buildings, and I think it's pretty sad because it shows by the square footage across the street, and it shows by the design at TSP. It also shows by the numbers, but we never could get the numbers. So unfortunately, people that were doing this and wouldn't listen to me and Travis, and then the cost. This sheet you gave us, Mr. Davis, it shows. We didn't have enough money to buy a bank because we had millions of dollars worth of roofs and other stuff that we had to have in a plan. And I kept saying in the buildings and grounds when I was in there, more buildings is not better, guys. It's efficient and effective what we have now. And it shows by the plans and what happened, and by the design of what happened to a building that unfortunately, and I'll say again, we didn't have the money to build it after the fact that we found out we didn't have $9 million because the city didn't contribute it like they were going to in a contract that we never signed. So all that transparency for all these buildings and all this stuff that I agreed also on concourse, thinking we had a $9 million contract, has now come to pass to do this in order to make it work, and also have someone with knowledge that what does the needs of Pennington County need for the future, not what they wanted. You knew by the 450 square feet per individual. We knew that back at BKV's. That was before they changed anything. So what's changed? It hasn't. What happened is you had the votes, you had the people going in there that empowered themselves to do stuff that shouldn't have been done. And now the public is paying the cost, and now we have to try, this board, to make a difference to try to figure out what's going to move forward. And Mr. Davis, you're new, so you knew nothing about this at the time. You're just trying to work out how you make it work in a way that it's needs, not wants of departments. Because I don't see Pennington County growing in big FTEs. I see technology, and I said it back then, in technology. Plus, what we all forgot about is you have to pay insurance. You have to pay for those extra FTEs. You have to pay for all that stuff that we found out from 16 million in 5 years of FTEs with benefits was 21 million, not that 3.6 that was said to us. It was 21 million in 5 years that we increased just on FTEs and benefits for them. Then you bought buildings that didn't have space needs that actually were needs, they were wants. So all that came to pass to where we are today, that we have to do some cuts in order to make that happen. And we said that. Travis and I said that. You guys are making us so it's unsustainable for the future. And it's showing through these numbers. It's showing through the factual numbers on FTEs and what we actually spent by now. So, Davis, thank you for bringing this forward. I also, like I said, the square footage didn't make sense to me back then. Now it really shows how much we overdid. Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yep, Commissioner Roskadek.
I'd like to get my 2 bits in now that we've heard this lecture. If I had the opportunity to buy that property today for $5 million, I'd do it in a heartbeat. And here's 3 reasons why. Number 1 is when we bought that property, we also bought a 28,000 square foot lot that was adjacent to a vacant 28,000 square foot lot, the Lamplighter lot. And in the effort of trying to have some vacant land for future expansion for the court systems, that was a good move. It was a $5 million purchase, $1.8 million in land that left a residual for $3,200,000 for a Class A institutional quality building. That comes to $82 a square foot. Davis, if you had to replace that building today, we both know you could not do the building by itself for less than $400, probably close to the $450 or $500, and you have to agree with that. And so if we sell the building, we sell the building. But the bottom line, it was a good investment for the money and for the location, because in my heart, it was the right thing to do because the location kept the campus together and didn't put the public defender 3 miles from a courthouse. So if I have to do it again, I'd do it again. If we have to sell some of the property, that's fine. But I had my own rationale. I'd do it again in a heartbeat. I just want to make that clear.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock.
I can respect that, Ron, but I appreciate that you know square footage and you know buildings, but you have to know money. So you have to have the money, even if it looks like a good deal. I would like to go buy another motel because it's a great deal and it's better space and it's great. But if I don't have enough money, and it shows from these sheets, and we kept saying, we don't have enough money for that building. Even if it's a great deal, I like great deals, but if I can't afford them because I have other stuff, because we had wage studies, we had other things that we needed to do, and we had concourse to spend the money on. So I respect that you like that building and you thought the square footage was great, but I also have to understand that the taxpayers are saying, quit spending our money. We want the budgets to either level out or lower so we don't have property taxes, at least in Pennington County. So we were trying to do that, and some of us weren't. We decided that would get the most bang for our buck. Like I said, I respect that in one sense, but I also am a what if. And it came to the what if because it shows right here on these sheets how many millions that we need, and we could have used the 4.5 million to correct stuff that we already had in B&G, which was said over and over again. You got to take care of the buildings you have before you buy more. That's just common sense 101 business when you're doing anything, let alone government. So I appreciate that you got good per square foot. I appreciate that you want that building because you thought they needed more space. But the bottom line, it was a want, not a need, because of the needs that were already needed before with that money instead of the wants that we should have had for a great deal.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Commissioner Hadcock. Commissioner Durr?
Thanks. Davis, on the sheet that you have here, and you break out lease property, we're at 158,000 and change, and we're getting in return on our leased property, 44. So in some of these buildings, and I would imagine you have it, and anyway, I'm just gonna ask for it, but, can you break out the buildings where we have shared space and what the square footage is with all the players?
Yes.
So, and then I'm going to go back to the PSB, and so it might be a question for the sheriff, but, so the police department is sharing the public safety building, are they paying by square footage, or how is that done?
Yes, it's percentage based off of the amount of square footage that they take up in the building. They pay 61% operating costs and utility costs at that building.
Okay, so they're paying operating cost and nothing
And
else?
and utilities. So utility, and when I say operating, I mean like, maintenance and custodial things and everything associated with that building, 61% roughly.
Of the operating costs?
Yes.
But they're not paying for space?
They're not leasing, no, they are not leasing space, correct?
Okay. So this is, I would like that broken out as well, you know, the return that we're getting, you know, for having all this space. And it's going to go back to a question on the fact that on the space that we're leasing, and it's a talking point to have with the department heads, and, you know, the sheriff is here and he could probably answer the question, but just put it in your mind. So I'm assuming up at the DCI building, and we're paying $20,000 a year in a lease because we have law enforcement up there. And my comment about that is the county is providing so much space to everybody, but it doesn't appear that we're getting a return. We're giving up free space and, yeah, some of the operational costs, but we're getting billed. And on the law enforcement side, that $20,000 for DCI, I'm just going to give an example. So if the state is charging us 20 grand to have, you know, footprint up at the DCI building, we're giving the state, under the state 4-H program, the entire Walter Taylor building at no cost. And so there's other things that we're doing that we're giving back to the state, but we're not billing reciprocally. And so the Walter Taylor building is one. It's not a county program, it's a state program run under the Extension Service. And we provide that building, and I believe anyway, we're doing all the maintenance and upkeep on that at our cost, no shared cost, correct?
Minor shared costs, depends on the project.
Okay.
But 4-H or the state, I believe, does have a little bit of room in their budget for minor maintenance costs. But yeah, the majority of it is by buildings and grounds.
Okay, because in our agreement that we have, in our agreement with them, you know, it's just personnel costs, travel, contractual, that type of thing. I don't see anything in there about,
They've just built minor.
All right.
But like a budget line item for maintenance, but
okay?
yeah.
And then go back to the evidence building. So the evidence building, you know, the PD is not paying for that because they're staffing it, so in return, we're getting them to process our evidence.
Correct. They
Okay.
do pay operational costs from that building as well, though.
All right.
Yep,
And
and
then
I'll
can you
break that down.
break that
Yeah.
out. And then the state, then if the highway patrol is utilizing that evidence building, are they paying anything for operational costs? All right. So this is, I could go down the list, but this is what I want to get to make sure that the county is getting, you know, a reciprocal in-kind, kind of respect financially from these other entities that we're supporting, because we're providing a lot of space. It goes back to the courthouse as well. And in all of these, if you could break out what the shared square footage is, and then go back and show that we're providing this amount of space to all of these other entities, but in return, some of these same entities are billing us for shared space. And, you know, I would just like to make sure that Pennington County is getting a fair deal on some of the space that we're providing.
Got it.
All right.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Russell?
Yeah, I'm going to close with saying that, 3 or 4 years ago, 5 commissioners agreed to hire BKV for space needs. We listened to their presentation. Their presentation clearly told us at the time that we needed the space. So in good faith, that's the direction that I went. It wasn't in malice, wasn't trying to spend money that we didn't have. I was just trying to solve a problem that was presented to us. I think we paid $80,000, $70,000 for that report. Well, anyhow, I appreciate diving deeper into the weeds so we can really narrow this down and see what our actual space needs. I appreciate all the work that you've put in this. I don't think that's why you came to Pennington County, to sit there and do this type of stuff. You came here to fix buildings and maintain our grounds. But anyhow, it's a good discussion. I appreciate it. And at the end of this, I might change my tune. Maybe we don't need that building. But if we sell the building, I hope we definitely make a profit that we can offset some of our other projects.
Yeah, and just a couple quick points before I move on. I think the biggest thing isn't finding the data that was wrong with BKV. It's more or less, we had an opportunity to reevaluate our needs after we purchased Concourse, and we never did. And I think that was the biggest miss. We continued to go to base it off of the trajectory that BKV had even after we purchased Concourse. And that's where I think some of these shortcomings came from, to say, well, we can reutilize this building in more ways than what we were showing. And also, RCPD's growth was accounted for in BKV's study. How much admin space they were giving up to them, I do not know. I have to go through all that, meaning office like square footage space, but I can tell you it's substantial. And I think those were the things that could have been reevaluated at some point. And I hate to be the one to come to the table and say, you know, we can't accommodate that growth, but unless I hear otherwise, we can't accommodate that growth.
Thank you. I have some, go ahead.
Yep.
I just wanted, you handed out this buildings and grounds capital improvements, and I appreciate this, in all my years of government work, government's public service, whatever, and I think it adds up to roughly around 15 years to finally realize a dream where we actually rely on the people that we hire to come forth with their expertise and bring forward a first-class study. I mean, and bureaucrats always have this rationale of thinking that some other people or some other person smarter than the people we actually have hired, which is part of the problems that probably ran into BKV, it ran into the landfill. The questions always came up. You got frontline people doing the jobs, and they can answer a lot of these questions within short order, which you seem to have done. Appreciate all that hard work. One question I had is on Old Ziggy's shop. That's $112,000 a year that we pay for a lease. Now, when we look at, and we've had this conversation about a new buildings and grounds shop, would that replace this then?
No.
No, okay.
That
This
is specific to sheriff's office, fleet. That's where they do the repairs on their patrol vehicles.
Okay.
And it is also, I believe, storage for sheriff's office and also storage for emergency management as well. So there's quite a few things in that building.
Then you handed out a buildings and ground capital improvement, looking at Concourse, and we've done a lot of improvements to that. Do you know what that number is right now? The improvements
Or
after the purchase of the building?
After we purchased it, after we purchased Concourse?
Yeah.
The total package with FF&E and everything is gonna be between 9 and 10 million that we put into that building.
Okay, and now, within the next 2 to 3 years, we're gonna have to add a new roof, and we're gonna have to fix the parking lots on the north side, east side, and west side within the next 2 years for another $2 million.
The
That's
drainage.
correct. And
So,
the only reason we didn't do that is to keep costs down.
right, I
So,
get that,
but then it
and
becomes
hopefully, if
B&G's
we rearrange some of this stuff, we can look at it.
Yeah.
One thing that I don't wanna see is a bad roof on a building, because obviously
Mm-hmm.
that's detrimental to any of the electronics, any of the equipment that we put inside of it, whatever, the personnel that are in there. So looking at all this and looking at our space needs and wherever we're gonna be, and I also agree that we have to address, if we're that far above the average employee per population, we need to really have an in-depth conversation about this. I'm not interested in going outside the people that we have hired to do this, but at some point, we need to take a real deep look. We're almost double per FTE, per 1,000 in employees that we have in this county, according to these numbers. I mean, I do a lot of comparisons with Minnehaha, and I'm not sure, if I'm comparing apples to apples or apples to oranges, but trying to keep that on par. So this is a really, 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 really good place to start here with looking at, maybe like Mr. Roskin said, we're reevaluating today. Whatever happened yesterday, I have no control over. I drove to work today, there was a roadblock, I had to drive around the roadblock. I didn't anticipate that happening, but that's what's gonna happen. So I think we have the commission that can take these things on. I think that, by the recent changes we've made in getting numbers and information and relying on the people that are doing the jobs to do their jobs, and then actually holding them accountable to do their jobs, such as this. I think this is in the scope of your job. I mean, I think that this hadn't been done in the past. Now I think we've got a dynamic buildings and ground person in place that we can take advantage of. And moving forward and looking at this in depth. So I appreciate all the hard work you put into this, and I'll Commissioner Durham.
Yeah, just to follow up on your comment. So getting back to the lease space, with all the properties the county has, I don't want to see us paying lease on top of the square footage we have. So I know it's not popular to look for another location for the 24/7 program, but I think as we look down the road, try to find an alternative location with the sheriff. And I know in conversations with the sheriff, it's been moved, multiple times to different locations. And, but with all the square footage we have, and this goes back to kind of my point that we're giving away a lot of square footage and not, in my opinion, not getting a return on that investment. And on top of that, we're outside leasing space. And so the scale is tipped and it's not in our favor. And the other one, getting back to your point about the Ziggy shop at $112,000 a year, I mean, it kind of briefly got talked about during a budget process, but it was looking at getting a building out of the highway shop that maybe could be shared by the sheriff and by the highway department, and getting into, there were some discussions about getting a location that we could do some fleet management and some shared costs throughout the organization. And so I know that that's on the sheriff's radar and the highway superintendent's radar to get rid of this lease. And, it wouldn't take long, to put up a building out at the highway department and save that cost over time. So, and better operational, so.
Yeah, and that is part of sort of the conceptual plan, is we are including that. Potentially eventually getting rid of the Ziggy's building and moving it to the highway department. So I'm having talks with Joe and the sheriff on that, so.
All right.
Here,
Commissioner Hadcock.
moving forward, what are we thinking we need to do to make this plan or this future plan work? I mean, do we need motions for you to be able to do your job and move it forward in different areas, or? I
Yes,
see you
and-
have some on here, but is that still what you're thinking is to?
It is, and if I could continue, I'll touch that sort of at the last point.
Continue, please.
Okay. So this one is just a conceptual consolidation memo talking about the bank and the Harley Building and Wood Shop spaces, and I will show an aerial view of those here in a bit. So we purchased the bank in 2023 for, the building itself was $4,443,000. And then we purchased two adjacent lots. One was on First Street and one was on Kansas City Street, and those were purchased for $557,000, bringing the total to $5 million. So I broke it out here. You can see the purchase price. You can see the square footage, price per square foot that it was purchased for. Remodel investment was $965, and then you can see our total building investment. I'm not in the real estate market, but I'm confident to say I think we could come out okay on this. We'll have to see what the market looks like. So I'm going to talk more about this consolidation stuff coming up here, but we have had Elevate Rapid City and South Dakota School of Mines reach out to me with heavy interest on the bank building. The Harley Building and Wood Shop, Metal Shop, again, market interest and downtown potential. There's a lot of local business development happening down there, and there's strong interest in those lots as well. This is just, I'm not going to go over this, but this is a letter from Tom Johnson at Elevate talking about how their innovative district, they're looking to expand, and again, that's part of potentially this opportunity with the bank, and even the Harley Building woodshop lots. So again, I urge you guys to read these on your own time so I don't take up too much time here. But this is, what I'm going to go through now is the floor plans at the county administration building to show if, or it's contingent on the bank building being sold or those departments moving over. So we'll just get into it right away. And again, before I start, there is some remodel cost in here, but nothing that we can't handle. So this is the ground level. This is where we are at now. We are actually in this room here, the multi-purpose room that I labeled it. This is the commission chambers. This is the office space just to my right is currently just vacant. I shouldn't have said there's no current plan for this space. I mean, there is. This room can be used for grand jury. It can be used, well, it's multi-purpose, right? Grand jury use. It can be departmental training, large department meetings, things like that. We have all the AV set up in here. So again, there's no remodel plans in here other than maybe adding a few doors. Here you have 911 dispatch. So they are going to occupy some of this space here. Right now, they kind of are like right in here. So we're giving them a little more admin space. We're expanding their dispatch room to give them growth. And also, when I spoke to Kevin about his dispatch centers, I believe his dispatch call center stations are almost reducing by half the size, so he can fit more dispatchers into this room, which accounts for some long-term growth. Emergency management is up here. They're going to maintain their space up here. They have space to hire an additional employee as well as potentially build out one more office for a long-term future employee. This is the EOC space. This is just going to be maintained as the EOC space. We're consolidating some of the storage, moving it up here. And then I hatched out, these are the departments that are moving into this space is the hatch lines. So B&G would occupy down where IT is. And then IT would hold a small footprint here with a few offices and the server room. Fire admin would be where HR is right now. They need a space for their PPE equipment to be rinsed off after it's been exposed to smoke and other things. And there is already plumbing in this area here, so this reconfiguration is fairly simple. Building support spaces is water heaters, loading dock, comm rooms, electrical rooms, mechanical rooms down here. So this cannot be built out to offices. I'll just keep moving until you guys stop me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back to second floor. I'm just going to, because it's a little easier if I work from the top down now. So we have state's attorneys is currently up on fourth floor. They occupy this area. They also occupy this area. And they have a few straggler offices over here in the old public defender space. So the majority of this space is empty right now. And so this is where the public defenders moved out of. The plan is right now to move them back into this space. And over here where I shaded some of this out, this is all mechanical space right here that was never expanded into or even part of a conceptual plan. We can add up to 8 offices just in that mechanical space alone. And it's ready for expansion. I mean, it's got poured concrete floors. All it needs is ceiling, walls, and carpet, and you're ready to go. So this gives them almost 2,000 more square feet than what they had currently up there. And then if we go down to second floor, this one gets confusing here a little bit, so hang with me. This is some future growth space for public defenders. So this is where the treasurer's is now. When you come in the main doors, you go down here. This is the treasurer's counter, so that counter sinks back into this space. That would all be tore out. The wall would be brought out here. We would have public defenders here. There's elevator access and stairs, so they can get from floor to floor very easily for their staff. And then if we move over here, this is where planning and zoning is. This is where equalization is. state's attorneys would essentially, if you see, they're just stacked on top of each other for 3 floors. And this gives them quite a bit of growth for the future here as well. These blue spaces are what I'm calling vacant right now. This is where potentially records, civil, and warrants could move out of PSB to free up a little bit of that overcrowding that's happening there. So you can see this square footage is roughly 9,000, and we're still working through bits and pieces of this. I'm working with my project manager to throw some CAD files up and move some walls and add some offices and figure out how we can best utilize this space. So essentially, the parking lot out front that, the public is used to using can continue to be used for a public corridor, a public parking space. And then we maintain this public corridor in here, public restrooms. So a lot less remodel work goes into this than what was currently conceptualized. We can't afford to do
Sorry, can I
not
stop you
currently,
for a
but what
sec?
was conceptualized.
Sorry, Chair.
Bob has a question.
So in B and G, the 4,231, is that with expansion of offices or anything, or where would you expand? to?
So B and G, I don't really see a need for admin growth, meaning offices or, administrative support, FTEs. So we'll have more than enough office space in here. This big room back here becomes our tech break room, and they're sort of where they clock in and out, where they can hang out. So this pretty much gives B and G admin space forever.
So basically 4,000 for admin, and then you're going to need, that's what we're
Well,
thinking
and then
about, the
the
shop
additional
building.
space would be like shop, would
How many
be
square feet
You'd
is
probably
that
need
probably?
20 to
Extra
30,000 square feet. And I'll go over that towards the end here, you'll see it,
for?
for just the shop.
Okay.
Yep.
And then the public defender, you have basically 14,000. Is that for expansion as well? Because you got basically 3.7.
So this
What do they have
plan
now?
increases their space by about 5,000 square feet. This
Compared
plan
to-
does, but not from the bank, from this building.
So how much square feet do they have at the bank right now?
They have 19 to 21,000.
Okay, so then with that, they would have basically 15,000.
Mhm.
Okay, and they'd still have room to expand.
Correct.
Thank
This
you.
gives them up to 55 total spaces, which, again, when I talked to Eric, that was kind of the number that he threw out at me for what, long-term growth would need.
So basically, admin space for you plus them would be about 18, let's just say 20. And then you'd have 20,000 that you really didn't need more office space, you needed more
Yeah,
space to put equipment.
correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
And
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner
can you
Rustin.
go to the admin third floor, public defender? So there's 10,044 square feet. What's currently in that space right now?
How much square feet currently?
No, I just wondered
Oh,
what,
there's only a few state's attorney's offices in here because they were outgrowing their space on third and fourth floor. So we moved some of them over here.
so that entire 10,000 square feet would be available?
Oh, yeah, because, so these people, the state's attorney's offices would either move back into third or fourth floor, or they would go down to the new space, however Laura divvies up her staff there. So, but yes, this entire space would be public defender only.
So then, right now, they've got 36 employees. And that'd be about 10,000 or 13,700 square feet, so that'd be about 380 square feet per employee? Is
That's
that
correct, yep,
okay.
because that takes into public waiting spaces. It also takes into one-on-one interview rooms and things like that they utilize for their juveniles or other clients that they bring in.
And that
So,
aligns with that 300 square foot that we're trying to
Correct.
shoot for a target?
Yes, correct, yep.
I guess what the commissioners need to do is we need to go to each one of these floors and physically look at it.
Sure.
And understand, the space that's in this building that's probably being underutilized.
Yeah, no, it is, and we can do that anytime.
Almost did.
So now any questions about our current admin building? Any questions here? Okay. PSB, I'm not gonna go over this memo in great detail, but this gives you a real breakdown of everything I'm gonna be talking about here.
can I interrupt you for a
Yeah.
second? I had a thought, and when I was talking to the IT department, and, I mean, I'm assuming you've had several conversations with them, because obviously, they've got systems here.
Mm-hmm.
And
They will maintain a footprint here.
is that gonna, okay, and then they have to maintain
Here.
a footprint?
They have to maintain a footprint
In
down
both
here.
places then?
Yep, because there's only 100 employees moving out to cab, and there's still 750 down here.
Okay,
So they'll be both places. Yep, and I've talked to Mike about this. Yep,
he's got a thorough,
yep.
okay. Yeah, he's got a thorough understanding of,
Yeah, we got some more discussions to have, but he definitely wants a few offices maintained here, and we're
right,
gonna
I
give
knew
that
that
to him.
was gonna be
So,
the case, but I,
yep.
okay, all right, and okay, thank you.
Okay, so public defender's space, this is the basement. So you're gonna see over here, I got these tabs. Blue is sheriff's office, green is RCPD, red is shared. So you can see every space down here outside of, I believe this is a storage room, is RCPD, is green, or the shared space. This is a gun range. I believe these are lockers. I'm not quite sure, and I believe this is like a briefing room here. So the majority, well, at least, half of the space down here is RCPD. The rest of this is all energy plant. And then this is where RCPD's patrol is, because there is underground parking underneath the courthouse for their vehicles.
There's no, okay, and so has RCPD been in conversation with you, or just basically you go through Brian on that?
I had a roughly 2-hour meeting with them a few months back to talk to him about this, and I straight up kind of told him, the conceptual plan that you guys probably are thinking is gonna happen is most likely not gonna happen. Because I really don't wanna get into the weeds on this yet, but
That's fine.
this building was actually gonna be the new public safety building at one point. But that's not really the path we're gonna be going.
Now, they refused to, the city of Rapid City changed that perspective some time ago.
Yeah.
But I know that they're going to a precinct-type organization,
And
which
that's.
is probably a good idea.
That's what I heard, is that they're hoping to branch out at precincts, but, I know the relationship that RCPD and the sheriff's office have at the public safety building allows for them to have less employees, because they're able to
Right.
communicate and be in the same building, so hopefully we can maintain that while stretching,
That was
some of those other departments that don't need to be in contact every day with the sheriff's office
That's
or
what I
vice
was gonna
versa.
emphasize, because I know the sheriff and
Yeah.
the chief have a very unique relationship when it comes to sheriff and police departments. We're
Yep,
happy that we get to share in that relationship, so,
yep.
okay.
I agree. I think it does a lot of good, so we need to maintain it, but we also gotta understand that the county cannot
No, I get it, yep.
consume their growth. So you'll see it's all broken down up here again. I labeled who is down here, in these offices. So this is the old, original jail, way back in the day jail. So this has sheriff's office personnel in it, and then this vacated space, potentially vacated space, yellow, is what would be moving over to the county admin building. So this is this is civil and warrants. So the other half of this floor is pretty much all occupied by sheriff's office outside of a RCPD employee. Second floor, again, it's kind of looks like the game Twister now that I'm looking at it, but this has, it's broken up all over the place, but what I would emphasize here is this is the records people group, the yellow group that would potentially be moving over. So just to recap, yellow would be potentially vacated and moved over to the county admin building into those spaces that I showed were vacant. And then you can see the red space is shared, blue space is sheriff's office, and green space is RCPD. So it's divvied up pretty equally there. Again, divvied up pretty equally here again. On this floor, third floor, you have RCPD investigations and sheriff's office investigations. So I know there's a lot of communication and inner workings that happen here that I think need to be maintained, but again, those conversations need to come later. And then the fourth floor, this is the chiefs and admin. So this is, where sheriff, where chief of police is, and then all of their admin personnel and things like that. So you can see that space is divvied up. So really, right now, there's not a lot of plans for fourth and third floor. As you get down here, you know, what we need to try to do is really, if we do vacate some of these spaces at PSB and here in the yellow, we need to be frugal about who we're putting in there and really listen to the county first before we open it up to RCPD, to make sure we're accounting for our growth. So I attached these aerial views, and this is sort of my long shot here at future B&G building. So these are the two lots right here. You can kind of see the lot line right here that I left open. We purchased both of these lots with the bank building. The bank building is right up here in the corner.
Just one lot.
There was
Bottom
a
lots.
First Street lot and a Kansas City Street lot is how they had it. That's what I looked on the sale purchase agreement. This is Lamplighter. We purchased this as one, but this is actually two tax parcels, so
Correct.
these were both bought by the county with that purchase.
The
As far as I know, in the
The
lead,
Lamplighter was bought separately. for
What's that?
The Lamplighter lot was bought with the hotel for 1.5.
yeah, but these two lots are two separate lots, because they have it on the purchase
Being in the
agreement.
red,
What's that?
you're talking the future building and grounds, those are two lots.
Two lots.
Correct.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, I thought you were talking with the yellow and the red.
Oh, no, sorry about that. Yep. These two lots right here were purchased with the bank purchase. So obviously, we would hold on to these whether we purchase the bank or not, sell the bank or not. But this is where future B&G building could potentially go. It's flat, it's ready to be built on. I believe we could do it relatively cheap. But again, we probably have to match some of the facade downtown. It's not like I can just build a big metal building there. Now, what could come into play here is we could have space above the shop for admin space, meaning we could eventually take our B&G group and just move them out of cab completely, which opens, well, if we move from the bank over to cab, we can move out of cab into this building. That frees up even more space for most likely state's attorneys or public defenders and we'll see what happens there. I highlighted this middle section. We need to vacate this alley. We become responsible for the utilities in that space, but I don't know if there are any. There are some. They'll probably bury some of these power lines. So there'll be some utility work there if we do vacate this, but then this could expand out even more. And I think really, we call this the Lamplighter lot. There used to be an old Lamplighter hotel here that was demoed when we bought it. I think this needs to be a parking lot for the county admin building, because currently there isn't enough parking really anywhere. This is actually on my large-scale capital project list, to build this out at some point. And
That'd be-
I think we need to do
I'll
that.
interrupt you on that. So it would be like a public parking lot, 2 hour?
Well, it would be for staff during the days, and, it doesn't necessarily need to be a public parking lot, no. We could sign it so it's only authorized for county employees.
I didn't
But
know what the need was.
The
so-
need is mainly for employees. If you look over here at these empty lots, you'll see cars scattered throughout here, on a
We're
daily
gonna have a lot
basis.
of people going up to Concourse.
We are, but we're still gonna have a big footprint down here. So, and again, if B&G and the public defenders move over, some of the public defenders, I believe, utilize this, lot right now, but they're parked over here, we're parked over here, so a lot of us are gonna be parking here, in the future. So, because we're over here across the street at the bank building. And I think turning it into a parking lot just makes sense for even short or long term. It wouldn't cost too much, and we could always build this out eventually, but right now it's just a big dirt patch that people just park all over it, so.
So, Davis, not really a question, but then I added up your space. So you have 1.8 commission office, square footage, 9.1 vacant second floor with nothing in it right now. You have third floor with 3,700 square feet. You had third floor, 10,700 for state's attorney. So if you add those together with your B&G at 4.4, you get 29,000 square feet that's been vacant in this building. Because where else was we going to put public defender and the other ones? I mean, that was vacant space. So on the second floor, you had 9,000 square feet open. You had another 1,800 square foot vacant open in commission office. And we could have used, if we didn't want to use a multi-purpose room, we still would have had 1,800 square feet. That almost is about where the bank is across the street without spending any more money. So that's what kind of was driving me nuts when I was seeing the BKV stuff, because I wasn't getting how much vacant space they had. And I don't think any commissioners were, or they didn't want to know. I don't know. Hell, I don't know at this point. But just watching these plans is driving me absolutely nuts, thinking that we had all this space already. And then we could have just put a B&G building across the street, or at the lamplighter even. So I'll just tell you up straight. I know we're not supposed to worry about the past, but that's kind of where Mike, why he didn't want the bank, because he already had conceptual plans, and yes, I do still have those plans. But that's 29,000 utilized space that could have been used without buying something else. That's crazy to me at this point, once seeing this, and still having enough room with concourse and this to expand for the future based on the square footage, even if you, and you even said it, it's 380 square feet for public defender, and the average is 200 to 300. Just food for thought for people that are watching this at this point. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
I think Gary wants to speak.
I think we got someone
That was Gary.
ringing in from the ceiling. Gary?
Yeah,
Gary,
one
you have
thing
the
that,
floor. You have the floor, Mr. Drews.
thank you. One thing that has been brought up, but we keep forgetting, is the fact that when we were doing this planning back at that time, we was considering the current administration building was going to be basically filled by people from the public safety building. And that is the big thing that changed when the city of Rapid City decided not to move forward with us. I'll just add, and I'll keep my comments short, but I think that I agree with Commissioner Durr completely relative to that if we have available space, we shouldn't be leasing space for anything else, including the 24/7. We should be able to accommodate that program into our existing space. I also am very interested in the answers to all of Commissioner Durr's questions. I think they were very relevant questions throughout. And I again agree with Commissioner Ross Connect on the purpose that it was originally bought. And I'm not sure there's any blame to be spread that maybe we ended up with more space than what we was initially planning on. But a lot of that had to do with the public safety building not moving forward as we thought we would. Now, as far as a place for buildings and grounds, I don't favor building essentially a shop or a construction building on that vacant lots that we have there. I think there's other space, even out by concourse, that something could be built. And yeah, maybe it's a little bit of inconvenience as far as some of the work that's done, but the space is now available. Why would we build a new building downtown that's lesser than what all the other buildings in the area in value? Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Durr, you have the floor.
Yeah, just going to have a comment based on what Commissioner Drew said, that I'm going to echo, I'm not in favor of building more buildings, but that's a point of discussion down the road, because we have those vacant lots, and we're talking about, if you read Elevate's innovative district, and looking at getting rid of some of those buildings for a repurpose. And if we were to build, I just don't believe that's the location, but that's a point of discussion. So I'm ready to make a couple of motions here.
Let's go for it.
So I'm going to make a motion to direct staff to begin exploring a plan for the potential sale of county-owned building located at 14 St. Joseph Street.
Second.
A motion from Durr and a second from Hadcock. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries.
Second motion to direct staff to evaluate operational needs and begin exploring a plan for the potential sale of county-owned properties located at 516 4th Street. Buildings and Ground Shop, 517 3rd Street, and any other county-owned lots adjacent to these properties.
Second.
Motion from Durr and second by Hadcock. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Hearing none. Motion carries.
Third motion, motion to move forward with the assessment as presented and authorize staff to begin exploring a phased plan of remodel of the county administration building known as CAB.
Second.
I have a motion from Durr, second from Hadcock. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. And thank you, Mr. Purcell, for your,
Mr. Chair, I got one question
yep,
for
Mr.
Davis.
Roskinek, he has a question for
The
you.
lamplighter light on that 28,000 square foot lot that we got with the purchase of 14 St. Joe, can you tell me what that area is zoned and what the parking requirements are for, let's just say, for every 1,000 square feet of office?
For this?
If it's central business district, we don't need to worry about parking, but if we did build a building there, we would have to, it's 5 parking spots for every 1,000 square feet of office.
Okay.
Thank you. I think that's something that was brought up that we can further discuss. Commissioner?
Yeah, just to follow up. So Davis?
Yeah.
This is what, I mean, again, I know all commissioners have asked questions of you, and you've talked to us each individually and collectively, in the public meetings about this, but I'm just going to echo what our chairman had to say, and you did a great job putting this together, because I said I couldn't make any decisions without having the information, and you provided that, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Chair.
Commissioner Hadcock, you have the floor.
I'm going to be up straight, long time coming, to have it transparent to us about the needs and not the wants of the county. And again, I'm all in favor with building grounds. They've been waiting since I've been here, which is 11 years or more, for a building for themselves, and now they're going to go in a building that's already, it's not a new building, it's this building, which Mr. Davis has never complained once since he said, I don't mind moving over there. Bottom line is, I'll keep saying, thank you, Mr. Davis. You brought forth the needs. You brought forth everything Mr. Durr just said as well. The information to make a good decision instead of, we stood for years, I'm going to say the past, we stood for years not knowing what was going on and still voting on stuff for cash flow for the county and how much we were spending and what were our real needs. And we never really got the list that we needed to do and the full scope of concourse of how much was going to cost. And Travis was adamant about that we needed to find the final cost of concourse before we even thought about moving anybody or doing anything else. So I'm going to give credit to Travis. He was right on that issue. And the bottom line is, let's move forward. I get it. With a efficient and effective and a transparent buildings and ground guy. And we did have that with Mike. He was amazing at what he did, but now we have you, and I appreciate you, Mr. Davis.
Any other comments? We'll let you go, Mr.
I'm
Purcell.
set for the next one, I think.
You're on the next one? Oh, yeah, you'll be part of this one. We're going to item number 9, items from Human Resources. Ms. Carroll, I'm going to talk about hours of operation study, and I think we might get a motion on this today.
Good morning, Commissioners. Carol Bancroft, Human Resources Director for Pennington County. And I have Davis Purcell is with us as well, because he's going to talk to a piece of this, as well as Cody Wiseman. I want to share with you the research team who has been working very diligently on this, that it's Jordan Nebb, Davis, Cody, Sandy Sortland, as well as Mike Iverson, Alex Purcell, and Sage Nichols. So they have done a really incredible job of working through this. So as far as where we're at right now for this update, that we completed phase 1, and we are just wrapping up, excuse me, phase 2 for the engagement that we had with the public and the employees and starting to analyze all of that data. And then the next step is that we will be coming before the board to make our recommendations on the hours of operation. And then phase 4 is where we would like to be able to communicate and plan for that change. And then in phase 5 is the actual change implementation. And as we've said all along, that this is really, it's a living document. If we need to change any of the timeline, et cetera, that we can certainly do that. So the data collection, that we conducted a total of 8 different public listening sessions. And it was interesting because there were some of them, we didn't have any attendees. We did these like at 5:30 in the evenings to try to accommodate people's schedules. But we didn't have any attendees in the first one in Rapid City, and that might have been a timing issue from the time we communicated. People didn't have a chance to really make plans for being there. So that's where we actually added another one for Rapid City that we weren't originally planning. But you can see under each of these different ones that we went to the different communities within Pennington County. And I think one of the big takeaways from that is from our outlying communities outside of Rapid City, they were very appreciative that we took the time to come to them. And so all told, we had 28 citizens. And what I'd like you to think in terms of that, even though that number is really small, is that at a minimum, they shared with 3 to 5 other individuals as far as what they learned at that and how their voices were heard, et cetera. So I would like you to consider that number being more like around 80 to 140 people who were very aware of what we were doing. And then we also did internal listening sessions with our employees. So we had 8 of our departments that participated in this. Some of them were not going to be affected by any changes in the administration hours of operation, but they wanted to have their voices heard as well. So what I'm going to do next is turn this over to Cody to talk about how we were collecting some of the data outside of the listening sessions.
Yeah, good morning. Cody Wiseman, Marketing Manager for Human Resources. So this website stats here are specific to the landing page that we created specifically for this, just to make sure that everything was all in one place. So the data comes from May 8th to July 7th of 2025. So we had about 3,323 page views, just any time a user came and visited that page. We also had a web form on that page. It was not specifically any kind of survey on there. It was just an open box allowing people to express what their experience is with our current hours. We had 99 submissions, and then we had 91 unique web form submissions. So we had about 8 that were repeated from similar individuals. And then on social media, so we ran a campaign from about May 8th to June 24th. On that, we had 3,352 link clicks over to that hours of operation landing page. As far as people who actually saw it, so that's what the reach is there, we had about 34,000, just over 34,000 people that saw the post knowing that we're looking for this information, and about 157 comments in total. 90 of those were unique, same kind of similar for the website, as those are the people that did not repeat, so 90 comments there.
So, and then Davis actually spearheaded getting the survey cards, so we'll let him talk to that.
Yeah, so these are the survey cards that we had put in on the majority of the public-facing counters here at the county admin building. We did only receive 264 responses, and you can see I highlighted the main questions here that the commission would most likely be interested in. Question 1 was Pennington County Administrative Offices are open Monday through Thursday, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. And there was, a multiple choice answer here, and you can see keep the current schedule had just over 100, and then but between a traditional Monday through Friday 8 to 5 or Monday through Friday with extended hours, those were actually about 57% of the responses. So preferring a more traditional Monday through Friday schedule is what those came to. And then the other question was what time of day is most convenient to you? And this is important, I think, because it shows here that the early morning and late afternoon those were obviously the heavy choices, mainly early morning. And obviously, we don't have recommendations now, but I would strongly urge the commission to to think about that those early morning hours are used heavily by the public.
So our next steps that, I think analyzing the data that right now we have about a 30,000-foot level of understanding based on the data that we've collected, but we want to drill down to make sure that we are getting to that sweet spot as far as what the hours of operation should be. I will say though, and this is up for the commission's decision, is that it's leaning heavily towards the traditional Monday through Friday. And so that much I know that we are pretty confident that is what the public is asking for. It's just what hours would we be open Monday through Friday? And so right now, as I said, we're in the process of analyzing that data. So our target is still August 19th meeting, is that we will present that data to the commission with our recommendations and the options that we see that you can make your decision. And then in that August 19th, if you're ready to make the decision on what that should be, that then we will begin the communications with staff and to the public. So those are our next steps.
Thank you. Okay, I'll start with Commissioner Durr. I'm assuming that everybody wants to input something into this, so go ahead, Commissioner Durr.
Do we have any public comment on this one?
No public
All right.
comment.
For discussion, I'm going to make a motion.
Yep.
I move that effective with the relocation of the concourse property in the fall of 2025, Pennington County Administrative Offices located at Concourse shall operate on a Monday through Friday work week. Hours of operation will be determined with a recommendation from staff and approved by the board.
Second.
A motion to go back to a traditional work, we can have the hours determined when we have more input from the staff. So any input on that?
Good motion.
Okay. Commissioner Drews, do you have any input on that, sir?
My input would be is that I think we're maybe a little bit early on making that motion. I would prefer to wait till the rest of the information comes in on August 19th.
Thank you. I just, thank you, Mr. Commissioner Drews. I have a comment, and that comment is I'm ready to make a change. I mean, I've seen how many inputs we've had. I've had that many inputs on my Facebook and my telephone and my text message alone that says to switch it back to a traditional work week. On the hours, I mean, I'm open for discussion on that. The city's open 7:30 to 4:30. It attacks both ends. It gives Piers, for our title department closes at 4 o'clock in Piers, so that obstructs some of the conversation that licensing can have there. And but and the one thing that I want to reiterate: whatever decision's made, we're not walking into the department heads' departments and managing their employees. That's up to them. And I hope that's,
Right.
and there's been no considerations of Saturdays. I don't think that's even in the conversation.
No, it was
Commissioner
Sundays.
Durr? Go ahead.
No, it was Sundays.
Okay.
No,
Sundays? Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
no, my comment to that is, and I appreciate what Commissioner Drews has to say, but, the sentiment and the feedback, if you read what, we're posting on our social media and the feedback from the public, and again, I said it months ago, you typically get those people that have an issue with the situation that are most vocal, but the, correspondence that I've received, since January coming into office has been 99 to 1, please go back to a 5-day work week. And getting back to what, you said, Mr. Chairman, is, then giving, the feedback is already stating that the public wants this to be open Monday through Friday. I think it's important to telegraph that to them, that we're listening. And so, yes, we think that we would better serve the public on a traditional work week, but getting back to the point, still leaving it up to department heads to decide how they want to staff during that, and whether or not, and the public sentiment is the same, whether or not employees work 4 days a week or 3 days a week or whatever that number is to cover that service is something that should be handled internally by department heads, as long as they feel they can create that staffing to take care of the level of service that we need to in the various departments. But I think it's important to telegraph in advance to the public that we're listening and get everybody prepped that when we are, going to make the move to concourse, I think the timing would be most set for, going to a new location with operational hours, and then let you guys come back and make recommendations on what you think is best suited, based on all of the other data you have about what are the hours of operation. So those are my comments.
We have a motion on the floor, so,
So, Mr. Chairman?
sure.
I'd like to make a couple of comments that I appreciate the motion, and you're absolutely right. We need to let the public and the employees know as far as the Monday through Friday, and that we'll be working very closely with the department heads and elected officials for their particular operations on helping them to understand some of the ways that they could be creative if they would like that support. But also, I know that Cody is teed up already to be able to do a press release as well as a communication to our employees as soon as this decision is made.
Perfect, okay.
Sure.
So Commissioner Hadcock?
So the history on this is we did the 4-day work week. The employees were still going to work the 40 hours. It seemed like it was going to be a great idea at the time because we had Monday through Friday, and then the treasurer's office, being the most contentious, was going to have more time to do what they need to do. Well, what we learned is we still had the lines and the contention. It didn't help with that to a certain extent, even though the mailing and stuff did open up, so let's be up straight with that. But we also learned in that, because the first 6 months, we just, okay, let's try it, and then I didn't hear much input, I'll just tell you. But the next, right after the big election in November and more taxes being paid in October, that's when, for me, the Monday through Friday came to pass where I said, now I'm into Monday through Friday. Well, I think we voted on this before, and I voted no on the 4-day work week anymore. I like the 5-day. I'm glad we're moving back to it. We've had a lot of people in the last couple of years, I'll just tell you, be up straight. But now we're ready from the data again to say that customer service, that we always talk about what our mission statement is. And for the decision, for me, I don't care where your end time is for me, but the 7 a.m. is huge. It even shows it on your paper, the early morning. A lot of people can still do their business. Any business people, a lot of times want to come in at 7, not 5, because they're wore out or they have other stuff to do on their businesses by that end of day. So if you want to do 4:30 or whatever, I'm into that. The main thing for me, again, is the Monday through Friday.
Thank you, Commissioner Hadcock. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
Thank you.
We'll move on to the next item. Thank you, Ms. Carroll and Cody, and we're still waiting for that big, beautiful website, my friend. So, and we'll move on to item 10, items from planning and zoning. Oop, for whatever reason, I shrunk
Can
my.
we take a few-minute break?
I think we're gonna, Brittany, you're always the victim of this, but we're gonna take a break here, and I apologize, I know some. Okay. Okay, he's on. Gary's on. So, you ready to roll? Okay. Brittany, you have the floor for, I'm sorry, you're not Brittany, but we work.
Motion for Board of Adjustment.
Second.
We have a motion from Durr, second by Hadcock. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. We are, we'll move on to item, is it 10? Items from planning and zoning.
Megan Talmadge, planner. Agenda item A is variance COVA 25-0012, and it's to allow a 5.02 acre lot in agriculture zoning district. The applicant is GJH Ranch, and their surveyor and agent is Avid for Engineering, and they are here today. The current zoning is agriculture district. This is off of White Buffalo, and it has no flood hazard.
Can you move your microphone down so I think Gary can hear you?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
The applicant is requesting a lot size variance to allow a 5.02 acre lot in agriculture zoning district. When looking at variances, staff takes a two-prong approach, and and those two prongs are listed on screen. There is no special condition that exists for staff to support this variance. But the applicant has also submitted a layout plan for this 5.02 acre lot, as well as a city preliminary subdivision plan, since this is within the city's 3 mile, or it touches the city's 3 mile plating jurisdiction. The future land use on this lot is agriculture zoning district, which requires the future land use is ranchette zoning district, which is 5 acres. So they would be going down to the 5 acres. And staff recommends denial as the property can be rezoned to a more appropriate zoning district.
Can you explain that part to me? Because if the future land use is a ranchette, 5 acres would be like a ranchette?
Yes. So they are requesting a lot size variance to remain agriculture district in a 5 acre lot, but their future land use actually supports a rezone rather than a variance.
A rezone versus a variance. Okay, thank you, I understand. Any other questions from,
Is the applicant here?
Yes.
right down there? Should we have, you want to talk to him? Have him?
I'd just like to hear what their take is.
Can you, John, can you come up and speak for your, and just identify who you are and who you represent and give us a little summary, please?
Yes, John Van Beek, Avid 4 Engineering. I'm the land surveyor on the project. As was mentioned, we've got a plotting effort that is kind of unique. It's going through, I'm going to go back to this aerial view here. All right, perfect. I think that aerial probably does the best job of explaining things. So, as was mentioned, this is unique in that it's in the plating jurisdiction of Rapid City. That boundary is dictated by the relationship to Somerset. So Somerset has the ability to enforce plating jurisdiction in this particular area, but chooses not to in Pennington County, which leaves us with kind of the two plating efforts here. The desire is to be able to carve out as small a piece of property as possible for transfer for a residence within the family. And we would have really honestly preferred a 2.5 acre lot size, but knowing that the future land use indicates 5 acre lots for this, that's why the request is to only go down to 5 acres. And we again chose to go this route because of some precedents farther to the south where there's 5 acre lots in the general ag district. The access here is off of White Buffalo Road, which comes off of Merritt Road and really is part of approximately 400 acres with one residence on it currently. The intent would be to plat off a separate piece of property for a second residence. And the logic in remaining general ag right now is cattle is run on this entirety of the property. And with the rural ranchette zoning, there are restrictions to the number of cattle that can be on the property at any given time. So if there's just going to be these two residences on the large acreage of property, keeping it general ag was the most logical situation in this instance. Joel here, the landowner, is available as well if you guys have any questions.
Mr. Roskinick, you still have the floor, sir.
So the goal is just to create lot one. It's not to create lot one, then next year do the lot next to it and do lot 2 and 3. It's just a one-time.
Correct. If
5 acre
the goal
piece.
was correct, if the goal was 25 acre lots, the change in zoning would make sense and be appropriate. In this case, the goal is to make one 5 acre lot, and the other resident stays on the balance of the 80 contiguous with the rest of the ranch.
So a variance granted today would save you the time and process to go through a rezone of the property, which would basically it'd end up the same
Correct. If we rezoned, we'd end up in the same situation with the same lot size. It just seemed the most logical to allow the cattle, number of cattle being on the property at any one time. That's how we landed on this particular
Yeah, I just
request.
wasn't sure if it was gonna be more 5-acre lots in the future, which would probably be better the rezone, but if it's a one-time.
Yep.
For special reason, I guess
Yeah,
And I
Mr.
think-
Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Ross. Commissioner Dur.
I'm going to make a motion to approve variance COVA 250012 GJH Ranch LLC to allow 5.2 acre, .002 acre lot size in an agricultural district.
second.
So I have a motion from Dur and a second by Ross Connect. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. And thank you for not making me come out to your office and sign something.
No problem. No guarantees.
All right. We'll move on to item 11. Or is there items in between here? Move to variance, item, okay. Well, item 11. Do we need to come out of?
Motion to adjourn from Board of Adjustment.
Second.
I have a motion from Dur, a second from Hadcock. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. We are adjourned. Okay, we're going to move on to item number 11. TIF application resolution. And this is just a commission thing, so we'll go to Jordan. You just want to give us a summary here. This is something we talked about at the last meeting, asked you to bring forward, a resolution that we could share with the city of Rapid City.
Absolutely. And so they also do have another application here for your review. That would be the Marshall Heights Tract. But in the meantime, we also were working on, and it may not have to be a formal resolution. It could be just a letter, which is what I've drafted. A letter to the city is probably just going to be as strong, voicing the concerns of the board that you all mentioned during the last meeting. And so I have a letter right here, a draft version of it. I'm not sure if you've had a chance to kind of review it, but let me pull it up.
I think we've all had it for a while now, haven't we? Anyway, I guess if there's questions, let's shoot them at Jordan now, or if we see some things we'd like to switch up.
Yeah, I guess just to reiterate real quick here in the letter, there was concern about the number of applications increasing significantly as opposed to when they had the TIF committee where the county was involved in the past. The impact on the county budgets and the tax base is also a concern, just because, as you know, when you tuck things into a tax increment financing district, you take the growth, the increment of that growth off of the tax rolls until the TIF is paid off. And so there is a concern that, well, if that's messing with the county's tax base, the county probably should have a little bit more say and knowledge about how these things are coming about. The administrative burden of processing TIFs is pretty heavy on the county auditor's office specifically because they have to go through and make sure that all these TIF districts are set up. And so there's not as much support from outside entities creating TIF districts. And then the transparency and accountability, this was brought up because the TIF packets applications, some of them are hundreds of pages long without a very effective summary towards the beginning. And so just communicating that we want to make sure that we've got the accountability for, the board making the right decision for the people up front. And then the other concern was about future obligations because of infrastructure concerns of not properly considering what the impact is going to be, not just during the 5, 10 years, 20 years that the TIF is in place, but what happens afterwards when growth continues, when maybe you don't have the facilities that you thought you needed to have to support those areas. So those were the points that I believe covered everything everyone wanted to address to the city. So it's pretty simple to just either authorize this to be transmitted. Does the board want to sign the letter altogether, just the chairperson?
I think it should just be the chairperson to sign.
Yeah,
That's fine.
our names don't need to be on it, just Ron's.
Okay, that's fine.
So-
I'll sign it.
I'm kidding.
Yeah,
I'm
the
kidding.
the
It has to be
tagline at
board
the
as a
bottom
whole.
would be, the chairman's signature and just have for the board.
For the board. Yep, okay, easy.
All right. Give me some help there, Ron.
He can
Help me
hear
out,
you.
buddy. Nope, okay, you let me sing too. Okay, that's good. So no questions, we got a motion, do we need a motion?
I'm going to make a motion to author the chair to sign the letter and send to the city regarding TIFs.
Second.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, same sign, hearing none, motion carries. Jordan, go ahead and put Jerry's name on there. Okay. Okay, here we go to item
11B.
proposed resolutions. That was what we just talked about?
Yep, that's what we just,
South SDACC resolutions process, provisional budget. Procedures for due process resolution.
So, yeah, this was brought up, not the last meeting, but 2 meetings ago, just in case the board wanted to take the opportunity to present a resolution to the resolution committee through the SDACC and have them try to push this up towards legislators. It's just an opportunity, because the deadline is July 31st.
Okay.
So this will be your, basically the last time you can meet as a board to put one of these forward. For this year, for the county convention.
any resolution?
Do we
By
have
any
any?
resolution, yeah, I mean, for their
So,
consideration.
Bottom line is something, again, let's keep pushing on the sales tax. Kind of resolution that says we appreciate sales tax, anytime you can give us sales tax and anything in the past and that has been put on there, let's make a resolution to say we still want sales tax.
And the sales tax would help a lot with these TIFs, because then if they create retail, then we could actually gain something from them versus gaining nothing.
Right.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Raskinick.
and Jerry can relate to what I'm going to visit about because he lives in the country and we all understand section lines. I've got them, he's probably got them, or nearby. And to vacate a section line, it takes 3 signatures. To relocate a section line, it takes about 480. It's a lot more adverse if you vacate a section line because you're vacating. It should just be reversed. It should take the 480 to vacate and maybe 3 to relocate if there's no adverse conditions in doing so and denying anybody public access. But that's one I tried to push through last year. It just didn't
we're
have time to
basically
really
encouraging-
dial it in, but I'd like to explore that a little bit.
We're encouraging people to vacate it versus just move it.
Right,
Right.
and even planning and zoning says, this is just backwards. He said that it should just be the opposite, so just like to see if we could explore that a little bit and put it in the form of a resolution.
Okay.
And Brittany with planning and zoning, she can tell you exactly where the wording could be changed. I'm not saying might be some stuff that I'm missing and that's why it is, but it just seems to me, everything's reversed relative to the number of signatures that you need.
Agree with you. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Okay. So does that solve that for you?
Yeah, if anyone else had anything they wanted me to look into, now's the time.
So 2026 provisional budget, we'll move to approve the consent agenda. So what are we looking at here?
This is the
Action.
placeholder for the big discussion for budget. There can be formal action, there can be informal direction, whatever we need, because our provisional budget hearing is going to be, well, we also need to schedule the special hearing on the 23rd. So currently, you have a planning work session scheduled for the 23rd at 8 a.m. We're going to cancel that, planning and zoning is okay with it, and then we're going to actually have a budget hearing to approve our provisional budget for 2026.
Okay, and that would be on what date?
That'd be next Wednesday.
Next Wednesday. Is everybody cool with that? I think Commissioner Roskineck's checking his calendar.
Because we have to approve the provisional budget by the end of July.
Yep. We have to approve it between July 15th and
And we'll
July
still give it,
30th.
we could still, the provisional means there's still room for
Oh, yeah.
change. 'Cause
Yeah.
we have a long ways to go, I believe, on this. I mean, looking at what, the golf ball coming down the garden hose, is just about ready to pop out, and it's gonna hit Jordan right in the eyes. So, you good with that, Ron? You
About
checked
on
your
the
calendar?
23rd?
We cancel on the 23rd.
Yeah.
Move it to the
Right
28th.
now, that looks okay.
Okay, perfect. All right. So that handles that?
Yep, so there will be a motion you can use for that one so that we got it officially, because you did set the planning session by motion, so I figured to change it, we'll go ahead and do a motion there.
Okay.
And it would be to move to cancel the planning workshop meeting on July 23rd and set a special meeting to approve the provisional budget on July 23rd at 8 a.m.
That'd be my motion.
So that's,
Second.
we got a motion by Hadcock, and Kara, were you able to get all that?
We're canceling planning and zoning something.
You want to repeat it for her again, a little bit slower?
Yes, it's to move to cancel the planning workshop meeting on July 23rd, 2025, and set a special meeting to approve the provisional budget on July 23rd, 2025, at 8 a.m.
Okay. I bet you.
So that was a motion by Hadcock, second by Dur.
Okay.
So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Move on to levy, historical presentation of the levy. Is this something you're handling, Jordan, too?
Yes, yep, this is, yeah, now we're in the budget stuff. So, I provided a whole bunch of different presentations here that were requested during our budget hearings. This first one is the levy history, where we were looking at a 10-year history of the levy. And it's still kind of preliminary data. It doesn't have the full amount of data that I would love to have presented, but it's a good start because it gives you a 10-year history. I wanted to let everyone know on the very first slide, let's see if I can actually pop this over on the screen. One moment.
And then on the next one, it gives us a 10-year tax history too, so.
Yep.
Which is probably more important or easier for people to understand.
They all tie together, and that's why you want to talk about levy, you want to talk about the tax base, and you want valuation, and you want to talk about the budget, because they all go hand in hand to give us our revenues, and that helps us drive our budget discussions.
Gotcha.
So.
Is the levy just as a multiplier, and then as property values go up, it looks like the levy has actually dropped a little bit, except for the last year, 2 years, which is a killer because property taxes went up. Property assessments went up in 24, 25, but the mill levy also dropped very little. So that's where the property taxpayers were in concerns about how much they're paying in property taxes. So, and it did go up by $4 million from 23, 24 to 24, 25, so.
And so just a quick explanation of what all we levy for. We have 6 different county levies. There's obviously more levies on someone's tax assessment notice, but these are the ones that we're responsible for. I've listed them out up above here. We've got the general fund, that's just for general purposes. That's our standard general fund levy. There's a maximum for that levy, but that maximum is actually for all county levies unless they're explicitly allowed elsewhere, and that's $12 per thousand. You cannot exceed that for your county purposes. The accumulated building levy, it's authorized by 725-1, and that's for the purpose of, acquiring sites, repairing buildings, that kind of stuff. We have a specific levy that goes into that, and it is not near the 90 cents per $1,000, but that is the maximum levy allowed by law. We also levy for a county fair, which is pursuant to Chapter 727, and that maximum is 30 cents per thousand. We're not quite near that either. There's the county fire for fire protection pursuant to Chapter 3431. That's 60 cents per $1,000, and we're not near that cap. The unorganized road levy is for secondary roads in unorganized territories per SDCL 311226. And then the county library services. This one is a little tricky in that they don't have a maximum levy listed, but from what I understand, the history here in Pennington County is because there was a vote of the people to institute a library levy. You can't just get rid of it entirely without a vote of the people. So that means you can reduce the amount you levy for it. You probably can't increase it except for, growth and whatever CPI you get. But you can reduce it down. You just have to make sure that you're following the will of the people who voted back in 1990-something that they wanted library services. And what that amount is up entirely to the board. So that's a breakout of the levies we currently have. And then we can look at how that breaks into our total levy. And so you can see we got 69% there is for the general fund, 9% goes into the accumulated building, 1% for fair, 1% for fire, 3% for library, and then 17% for roads. And that's how our levy is broken down for payable 25.
Jordan, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
On fire, we can increase the levy?
You could increase the fire levy, yep. You can increase some of these levies if you wanted to. We're limited by how much we can increase our tax dollar amount, but you could individually say, I want to drop the general fund, increase the fire a little bit up to a certain percentage, up to the maximum that it could be.
Well, why I'm saying that is because we're always a certain amount of short in the fire levy, guys, and I think fire is pretty important. And as you see, they're pretty minimal on their asking, except for their reserves at this point, because you already know they never had a lot of extra in their fire to do anything most of the time that I've been here, we had to subsidize them just to make some of their payroll and stuff, so, something to consider.
Yeah, I
And
guess
how much?
that all depends on whether or not you want the philosophy of, I want to levy specifically for restricted funds so that it can only be spent on this purpose, or you say, no, I don't need to levy specifically for that, levy for the general fund, and then if need be, you supplement those budgets and you can use that money for other things. It's,
Well, fire would be good for restricted, so they couldn't be taken away later, because that's what happened back in the day, is they, Denny retired and some other stuff, so it was like $2 million. But long story short, I think it's something we need to look at.
okay, yeah, I'll make a
We
note.
did increase fare, we thought that was important, and that was a pretty big bump.
That was a huge bump.
But I'll keep saying, for fire, you have 450 to 500 some firemen that use these services through fire administration, that make a difference, so.
Yeah, I'm going to make one comment regarding the fire levy. That in Meade County, the county's share to support fire services is $40,000. They pay the workers' comp at 20, give them 20,000 operational, and that takes care of annually the ask from all of the volunteer fire departments in Meade County. So anyway, when you go looking at the fire levy and what we're generating on that stuff, look at what most counties are doing and how they operate, so.
I have a comment on that, Jerry, just for facts. So we have a lot more space in Pennington. to cover
Space, Meade County's the
For.
landmass?
I'm saying for how many fire departments we have and what we, in the different districts of how much we actually can get off them to make districts, because we have districts. And some of those don't have any areas or space, or what you say, tax base, in order to even fund them. So how much have they done? How much do they help in Meade County and other places? How much does Pennington County have to travel all over to help those other entities because they don't have enough services? That needs to be considered, because we went to Custer, we went to Meade, we went to many different areas because they don't have enough
Yeah.
firemen.
No,
So-
there's mutual aid, I get that, but I'm just, when we're,
Yeah.
looking at increasing levies,
Well, here, yeah, and I'll put it in perspective right here, because of this. You go to this last one here, and it talks about county comparison. Pennington County's levy, the total county levy, 6.009. Nobody else on here besides Ogallala, Lakota even comes close to that number for the levy. You go back to the percentage of total tax bill, the same thing. I mean, they do come closer, but Pennington County, you throw out Ogallala, Lakota, Pennington County is the highest percentage of the tax bill. So, yeah, we got some room for opportunity here, because the total county levy, 6.09, the next highest one is 4.2, or 5.5 with Ogallala, Lakota. You take them out of the picture, the next highest one is Brookings County at 4.2.
And Aglola, and some of them get subsidy, and some of them are using some of their PILT. Because we get, for some of the land, the Forest Service land, we get PILT, which is 1 million something, and it says you can use it for fire and other things, and that's what
I'm
we
talking
use some
about,
of
this
it
is our
for.
total county levy, so when we're looking at total overall property taxes,
I'm talking fire.
yeah, okay. So
'Cause we
I
do get-
segued into that. When you talk about levies, when you want to increase anything, you better look at this whole scenario right here that, we use Minnehaha County for example. Our dollars is 41.4, theirs is 49.5.
Well, if you look at the levies up there, do you want safety or do you want economics?
I'm
And
not
you have to
talking about the fire
balance this.
department, I'm talking about anything.
I'm not
related.
talking about that, I'm talking about up there. How much are you giving to the fairgrounds? Are you into safety or are you into
Well,
economics?
Fire levies are specifically made for those jurisdictions, correct? I mean, you're not gonna levy the
Well,
whole city of
but-
Rapid City for fire.
no, the county has a fire levy, that the county levy is laid over all non-taxing entities. So if there's a fire district or an ambulance district, et cetera,
Right.
and they're levying their own levy, that fire levy does not lay over the top of those other taxing entities. It's just like the library levy. The library levy does not hit the municipalities that have a library.
Okay.
It's everybody on the outside, so you don't have double taxation over taxing districts.
I'm saying some districts have no money. There's no taxing district.
it's something definitely we can look at for sure. But I just want to lay out, this is, these numbers are good to be able to say, where are we at? And you can look at it and go, okay, here's Pennington County, we're on the top for the total county levy by a long shot. And dollars spent, or dollars, I mean, we're pushing Minnehaha County's dollars, you know.
And this was the last available data from the Department of Revenue. They have these reports publicly available online,
Right.
so this is technically for payable 2022. That was the last time that they had a recap report posted to their site. But it's
So
still.
percentage of tax bill, the county's at 27.4. Next closest one is Meade County no, I'm sorry, Brookings County, 26.9, and then Meade County at 26.88. So percentage of the tax bill. Pardon?
Yes, sir, been there for a while.
And then, yeah, if you go to the slide after that one, you see the breakdown of the total tax bill, and that, yes, 27.47 is the county's percentage, but 50.09% of that is the schools. And so that's very common in most of the areas. The tax bill is almost notoriously leaning towards the schools levy, which, you know, the county collects and then gives to them, but doesn't really see anything from that.
Yep, I'm just looking at the role the county plays in the percentage that's taken in comparison to every other county. It's a good chart. You like these charts, Ron? You're a numbers guy. So these really break things down. And then obviously this chart here, everybody should be aware of total tax bill, like you'd mentioned. You know, the city's at 12.85, but they collect sales tax, which really would help alleviate a lot of, you know, the issues with our jail and all those types of things. You know, you look at alcohol consumption and what that causes in the legal system in Rapid City and in Pennington County. It's insane. We don't collect enough to even hardly cover that with property taxes. So, but anyway, that's a very good lesson there, a very good exercise to handle. So move on to budget provisional personnel overview.
Sure.
And anybody go ahead and give us a little update on that, please?
So we were asked to help calculate personnel figures. We have been working hard on compiling a bunch of different sourced information to try to come up with some sort of snapshot, some sort of baseline that we can give you guys to start getting really rough but estimated figures for personnel costs. These preliminary figures that I'm going to be presenting in the next couple of slides, they don't include increases. They don't include benefit premium increases. They don't include any extra shift differential pay. They don't include out-of-class pay. They don't include anything other than just what their base wage currently is as it stands right now. And then for open positions, we calculated everything at a family plan for benefits as well. I did give a little bit of an overtime calculation in there at 4% for non-exempt public safety personnel, and then 2% for all of the non-exempt personnel that aren't part of the public safety areas. That's just a little earmark, because you know you're probably going to need to include some overtime, just not sure what that number should be. This is just a way I've done it before, and the numbers looked kind of close to the way they were coming in with our actuals over the last 5 years, so it seemed like a good starting point to have a
So you
discussion
grab
about.
those numbers off the 5-year actuals?
Yes.
So those are numbers that a common everyday person would consider fair? I mean, or fair as of history? Okay.
Right, but I was going to
No.
say Commissioner Durr had a point.
No, my comment on that is we made some policy changes that should lessen the liability of that overtime calculation, because we're no longer paying accrued leave and counting, you know, sick leave and vacation leave and all of those other leave benefits as overtime. So getting back to actual hours worked, accounting for overtime versus all the leave time should help on that number.
And we'll definitely be working on some fine tuning and really honing in on all this data as we move forward through the budget process. I will state that in these figures, there were 52 benefited open positions that we had, and then some of those we already know have been filled, but we had to create a snapshot, and so our snapshot in time was 6/16 of 25. So we just left it right there, and we know moving forward, we're going to make the adjustments all the way up through September so that we can have really good personnel figures in that final budget number so that we're really tight on that.
So moving forward, Chair, sorry.
Yes, Commissioner Hadcock.
I think it's important when you put points of consideration, policy provision on new hire promotion and step increases, because step increases, I think, without being able to calculate those to a certain extent, have caused us some budget increases that we were unforeseen. So I think that's going to be huge on how we move forward with the employees and department heads in order to figure out and keep a balanced budget. So,
Sure.
watching from 2022 or 20 to 2023, just the increase on personnel was 4 million. But the, adding the, all the benefits was another 5. So $9 million. So then from 23 to 25, or let's say 26, you had basically a $10 million increase just in wages. And then we did not consider the 13 million that it costs altogether for those increases. So when we were doing all the wage scale and everything else, you put 3.6 in there, but you did not put the benefits and stuff in there. So what happened is, I don't know if department heads did, and maybe they did, and I don't know how they did it, just through the years on all the exceptions and things we did, that it came in, even from 2020 to 2026 or 25, that was a $21 million increase. And the biggest increase was from 23 to 26 of $10 million. And that's what I was talking about, trying to sustain that and how we fix that, or some of it's basically policy. We talked about it, new hire and promotions and step increases. But I'll keep saying on the wage scale, I don't think all the numbers were transparent. I don't think the numbers fit in with this budget and what it's done to our budget this year for having to do all these cuts in order to provide for that wage scale and unforeseen costs that weren't transparent in budget process. And that's some of the things that hopefully in the future, and we are correcting that at this time, but like we said, with step increases and things and just 290 job descriptions, how do you provide and how do you make it so it's fair and just across the county when sheriff might have accountant 3 at a number and the highway might have accountant 3 at another number? That needs to be changed on, I think, even some of the stuff of how we did some of that wage policy in order to correct what's moving forward and make this county so it's not, I'll just tell you, in deficit with wages, because this tells you that's a huge increase for a county to try to hit with. And then we also went through with Davis, we have 7.2 employees per 1,000. We are over double of what other counties are, let alone the national average is 4 to 5 per 1,000. So something's got to change in that area for Pennington County to make us sustainable for the future. And we said that last year as well, in the last few years, just to make those wages transparent and make sure those wages are accounted for in a whole.
Yep, and
So-
we'll be working as department heads to try to refine this data and keep it transparent and make sure that we're being responsible, for sure.
And you have been, just from seeing what you have done has been miraculous, just to see the numbers and see the numbers as a whole has been good with you and Kenner. And then I went through some other stuff with Kenner and then Davis on how many FTEs. So, no, it's been great to have you two in the office and to know the factual information and all the data in order to make a good decision. So thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Durham.
So, Jordan, getting back to the 5-year approved budget history under personnel, that is wages and all the benefits, taxes included.
That is everything. That's a full roll-up. So, yeah, what I was going to say next is that when I calculate the personnel figures as I present them here, it includes regular wages, any bonuses like the time of service bonus, overtime, as I mentioned, taxes, retirement, workers' comp, and health insurance. And health, dental, life, all the insurances as well.
All right. So in the budgets that were submitted to your office for personnel that came from the various departments, so the budget submission the commission has seen is a total personnel at 73,768,000, and based on your calculations, you've got that trimmed down by over 3 million.
That's what we're seeing preliminarily in the data. We've reached out to all the department heads again to make sure that we didn't miss anything that they know about. And again, we're still talking flat. Some of them did include increases, say, to health insurance, because they knew something needs to increase, but we held all the numbers flat. And then from here, we're going to present what it would cost if we're coming back with a 3% increase for health insurance, or what a 4% COLA would be, continued step increases. We're going to separate those out so that you can see them individually as the pay increases, basically the personnel packages moving through the budget process.
So Chair, one more question.
Commissioner Hadcock, you have the floor.
So on elected officials, I'd like to see all elected officials and what we are supposed to get. Are we supposed to get, what are the benefits that we can be as elected officials, and what are we're supposed to be getting, or what other people have been getting in the past? And moving forward, how does that look? Basically, the only thing I thought we had was basically per diem and travel we could take, right? And then we could take health insurance. I want to know if there's any other benefits, if there's 4 commissioners, if the other 5 have different benefits than the 4 commissioners, because I never looked up their benefits before.
Okay, I'll pull some data
What are you
together.
talking about? People like, any elected official?
Well, any
Pretty
elected,
well spelled out, right?
well, for 4 of us it is. I didn't know if the other 5 had a different process in what they can use besides the 4 elected. If it's all the same, I'd like to know
I'll look that
by
up.
policy. Thank you.
Or you?
Yep.
Are you talking about like the, because conversations come up about the time and service bonuses. Those are just for benefited employees, not elected officials.
By policy, I believe that is correct. They're
Okay.
just
That's
for-
one of them I know of that came up in conversation with it.
What came up because some people are
And-
getting it. and
But there's
some
5 commissioners anywhere, so there's
Yeah,
5.
Mr. Chairman.
Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, some of this is for discussion in executive session. We have personnel later.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
you bet.
I'll keep moving on then, if that's okay, with the presentation.
But it'd be nice to know the policy out front
Yeah.
for the or for the public. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so as we look at the next slide, it's a breakdown of the current projected wage for 2026. This is based off of our numbers, not based off of the department requests, just for clarification there, and how that percentage is broken down. I've seen in smaller organizations that you get a lot more of a chunk as the benefits, as the health insurance and everything like that, but surprisingly, we have 76% of our projected, compensation is wages and salaries. So that was kind of surprising to see, because I expected something different. Health insurance still accounts for 10% of their total compensation, but 76% in wages is a good thing.
What's it supposed to be on average?
On average, I forgot, I ran those numbers like 6 years ago, and I think across the nation, you were looking usually at about 25 to 30% in the health insurance area, and so the rest of that would be divvied up by wages, salaries, and taxes.
What was ours now?
Ours is 10% for insurance costs and 76% into the,
These are high and
Into the
insurance is
wages.
low. Can you see?
Okay.
all right, moving on. We also looked at, from our list, this was just an FTE count by department, because I know that's a number we're trying to hammer down on. So I want to explain as well that FTEs, the full-time equivalent, is different than our total head count, because on our list, our head count counts the part-timers as 1, because it's a head count. But that one part-timer could be just 520 hours a year, so that's like a 0.25 equivalent for a full-time employee. And so we're looking at some of these, that's why you're seeing a 0.9 of a person or a 0.3 of a person. That's just the full-time equivalent in hours. And we're trying to get those also honed down. We're not 100% confident in these figures yet, but we're really, really close. And we're working with the department heads to make sure that we've got a good roster, because we're going to be moving with the new Tyler system. The auditor is going to be working with us to move into position budgeting so that we can actually have each of the positions listed, when it's open, when it's filled, all that kind of stuff, and it's going to be in our financial software as well. So we'll have really good information by the time we get that launched, but, you know, they're going through the conversion right now of implementing the new system, and so give them time, we'll get there.
And you'll be able to sort that out in the
Yes.
future, okay.
Yep, and hopefully in this budget process, we'll have
Yeah, I
that
know
all.
it's caused some
Yep.
confusion for some people.
Right.
I understand it, but
No, and it comes down to the comment that I've made, that we need to, I think we have in the neighborhood of 270 job descriptions, and we need to be budgeting based on, the job descriptions and saying, is it 50 deputies, 50 correctional, is it, how many in the treasurer's office based on job title? And it goes back to Commissioner Hadcock's point, that I believe that the commission needs to have a better handle on that, because I can see promotions going when for example, we've frozen step increases for the year, we didn't budget for that. Yet I'm seeing some internal promotions within departments wherein, and I'll say it again, one position in the treasurer's office moving to another level position that 95% of the job description is the same, yet that employee got a $13,000 pay increase. And getting back to what I think Commissioner Roskinick and Commissioner Drew spoke of about a month ago, I'm in agreement with that we need to, getting back to, again, I believe everybody's kind of on the same page. The ability of a department head to give up to 12 steps within a year is too much, because how do you budget for that across the organization? And so I think we need to tighten some of those things down. As we've all talked about it in one form or fashion, but we need to get a handle on the personnel. And that's the frustration that our commission office has had, and our HR director, is that our HR processes and accounting for the employees throughout the organization is fractured, and we need to get a better handle on it.
All right, I'll move forward if there's no other questions on that slide. So let's look at the personnel options at a glance. This is just quick overview numbers to give you an idea of what it would cost if we were to add in some pay increases. So we looked at a 1% COLA, a 2.9% COLA, which matches CPI, and a 4% COLA, just to see what that approximate cost would be. As you can see, the 1% would probably add, with wages, taxes, all that stuff, about 1.1 million. That would be a 1.6% increase if we just did a 1% COLA across the board for every position that's eligible for a COLA. If we went all the way up to the 4%, we're looking then in the area of about $3 million, a 4.29% increase to the budgeted numbers well, not budgeted numbers, sorry, to the numbers I've presented, let's put it that way. What you see there, though, is when we looked at the department requests where they were 3.5 million higher than what we're coming up with on this spreadsheet. If we were then to reinvest some of that 3 million, we could afford to do a 4% COLA and continued step increases if the rest of the budget was balanced well enough, which who knows, but I don't want us to have to balance a budget on the back of the employees, and I don't think that's the board's intent either. And so then down below, we look at the additional considerations where we look at what the budget impact is currently on the books for our time of service bonus for all eligible employees is about $161,000. Overtime, as preliminarily budgeted here, is about 1.6 million, and that number could go up or down as I continue to work with the departments on what's a reasonable number. Because I did, with that flat 2% for some offices, we look at the commission office, we're probably not going to need 2% in overtime, so we're probably going to be able to reduce that down. 1% possibly, not sure. Other departments, like I believe the Register of Deeds has said they don't ever have overtime, so there may not even be a need for more than a 1% for that. It all depends on these individual conversations I'll be having with them.
So Chair. So, Jordan, 27% back in the day got a certain amount of raises and 73% got the other. Why I say that is because if you look at the average from maybe like 23, maybe even 22, and see the percentage on each employee and what those increases were, is it fair to say, and maybe I'm wrong, that some people got 36% or whatever, and some people are still playing the game at 4% and the step increase. So some employees got job description changes that changed it way up, or I don't know, maybe some a little down. I don't know, I don't think so. But how does that balance out with saying everybody should get another raise? Because for me, the people that were increasing at a certain percentage and getting, and don't get me wrong, if you're getting, if, like Commissioner Durr said, and we said before, if you got a promotion, if you ended up doing classes, I got all that. But some people didn't change job descriptions and got $10,000 to $12,000 raises. Some did it because you already know. I'm not gonna say, because it's not nice. Anyway, so, long story short, is it fair to say that everybody should get a raise across the board if some people have stayed at a 3% raise for 5 to 10 years, and some got 38%? Not based on promotion, not based, and how would you determine that? Because for me, I did run the numbers, and I'm not gonna say the numbers right now because we'll be here for a while. I ran the numbers. Just in 1 year, some people got 13%, it started at 33%, and the average was 9%. Now, how did you do that, plus the increases? So, the steps. And like Mr. Durr said, we've been watching this process, at least I have, since 21 till 25, and it's been out of line. To the point where people have got raises, and if you look at them, 47%, some people. So how's it fair if, okay, let's say Julie, I don't know who Julie is. So she's been here 10 years and she's ended up doing, and maybe per performance, I get that. That's another thing we need to talk about. We'd like to see the performance evaluations of the departments and why, instead of some other excuses that I remember in the back room where I decided I wasn't going back there anymore because they weren't transparent, and number one, they weren't reasons why you should be given raises. So, long story short, how do you make it, and maybe Mr. Durr, you can answer it, how do you make it fair across the board after what we have seen on those percentage increases and telling some people, you get another increase and you just had 37%, but you're at, what was the average, 3 or 4%? Because they kept saying we were given a 4% increase plus a step, but that's not what happened on paper. So how do you do that to make sure the employees are treated fairly, and that 22 year, that 26 year is treated just as good as the one that just got that 80 or 30-some%? And maybe there is no rhyme or reason with it, but after seeing it on paper and having it ran on the percentage and watching the percentage every year for the last, for sure, 3 years, it's been crazy. So maybe someone, and maybe your data will correct that or will show that a little bit different of how we make sure that we can make sure it doesn't happen in the future. But what happened to all the other ones that got these huge increases?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner.
I'm going to take a run at this. So when you're looking at implementing, and so, Jordan is giving us the percentages is what it would cost. And so when you're doing this, and you're saying that I'm going to give a 1% COLA, 2% COLA, whatever that number is, and then step increases because the county's adopted a wage scale, you take the individuals out of it, and you're saying, I'm laying this percentage increase, and if it's a COLA, you put it to the scale. And so it's not related to individual employees that have been here for 5 years or 10 years, et cetera. You're saying that my wage scale, I'm applying this percentage increase of a COLA to the wage scale. The steps will change accordingly, based on those dollar amounts. And I think ours is, I don't know, it's not consistent. It's about a 1.5% between steps. But anyway, you're saying when you're doing that you're going to have some confidence in a market, saying that the market says that this job description pays a certain amount. And so then you're just laying it to this scale, and then, everybody, based on your time and service and where you're at on the grade and step, that's, where you're going to get that. You don't go individually by employee and say, I think you need a 3%, I think you need a 4%, you've been here 10 years. we have policies and a wage scale in place for that, and you only take these, don't look at it as individuals, and you lay it against the scale and let the scale, which should be adjusted to the market, look at that. And so a snapshot of the market would kind of tell you a little bit about if we're going to adopt, what that COLA is and/or what the CPI has been, and not typically, but you would relate, the consumer price index is typically related to a COLA, and I think that is, what is that CPI number?
2.9%.
Okay. So, and then I think to help out, because I got a little bit of a snapshot of last year's compensation study, but this would be a due out for HR. I think they presented it, but to come back, probably, I don't know if she could have it ready by the 23rd, but then come back with a breakout as to how how the new wage scale and that $3+ million was implemented across the organization, and show hourly where the dollars went, so 3.5 million, whatever that number is.
3.6.
How much of that went to the hourly employees, how much of it went to, exempt employees? And I think it helps too, because again, we're gonna have a larger number, obviously, of, hourly employees versus salaried, but looking at how those dollars somewhat historically have been laid across the organization. And I do know in some conversations, getting back to, how we decide, what we want to present for the employees. I have had conversations with the sheriff about, looking at a SNAP analysis and looking at, for example, law enforcement is one. I know that, and I think it was presented last year, even when those numbers were presented to give law enforcement an increase, that, just local in our general area, that they were still under market. And so looking at, and I think HR is looking at that, but coming up with a number and saying if we were going to try to inject a little bit more into the scale into law enforcement, or if we have other areas that we have major anomalies, just at a glance, I think that overall, most of the employees are within market.
And I agree with the 27%, I think the 73%, that's 27% was over the top of what it should have been in the first place, based on market analysis and wage scale, or market analysis and comparables. And then you lay that scale, and we never saw that scale laid on comparables. We were said we did, but I'll just tell you, and we didn't have all the data, I believe, to make a good decision for it. And then when this comes out, kind of like the buildings, I think, and I'll keep saying, how were you going to make that sustainable with those numbers, plus trying to add for the next few years a 4%, 3%, whatever COLA, plus try to take care of the employees with their benefits? I always thought last year, I'll be up straight, that the benefits should have been one of the more positive things, and they should have spent some of the money on some of that wage scale and all that study and those comparables and market analysis on taking care of some of those benefits, instead of going behind the scenes and adding and adding and adding more costs. And here's the funny thing, without changing budgets. So to me, what it did is, by the time they did the wage scale, the unsustainability was by the adding behind the scenes stuff into where we are today. And when you lay that scale, and if you lay that scale, I'll be up straight. I already know from just what I've seen from other data that you guys have done, you lay that scale, I think if you say in the last 5 years, because you can see the increase is phenomenally in the last 3 years of 10 million, people are going to understand what I meant by sustainable. And the sad part is those hourly rates, those probably 73%, maybe less, 56%, whatever, those are ones that are going to be the issue with trying to catch up. And that's why I said, how do you lay it? And once you see it, how do you lay it to make it so it's just across the board? I'll just keep saying, I don't think it was sustainable. I don't think for the taxpayers or for our budgets, as you see from the 70-some% that is for employees, I'm all into taking care of the employees, but it's got to be a fair adjust. And again, how do you do it with 280 job descriptions? I've never seen that in my entire life. And whoever said market analysis comparable on 280, and then telling, here was the bottom line, telling the department heads that don't have the capacity and the knowledge to do what you guys are doing, and having them do that was about the craziest thing I ever seen, because I think that's where your bottom line came from.
Mr. Chair.
They did their best to do what they were supposed to, and a bunch of them told me they didn't even know how to do it.
Thank you, Commissioner Hadcock. Commissioner Ross.
Could you have Commissioner Hadcock expand on behind the scenes? I'm a little confused on that. Are we talking a budget, or are we getting into a, I think we're
Yeah,
kind of drifting off course. I'm here for budget.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Yeah. I would ask if we could just skip that. And one thing I would like to see that I think would help, and if you could get HR to assist with that, and that is I see the increases in the wages over 5 years, but what I would like to see is a 5-year history as to what we've given for approved step increases and cost of living.
All right.
And so 5 years
5-year
of
history.
COLA and step increases. And I think last year, was just the inflection of the wage study that went into it, and no step increases.
Okay.
And then it would kind of give us, and then maybe at the same time that you're compiling that, put in what the CPI was at that year. So give us CPI, what we said that we were going to give, and what the step increases were.
Can do.
Thank you. I just make a comment that, like I mentioned earlier, coming to work, I ran into a roadblock. I'm going around the roadblock. That's where we are now. So
Mr. Chair.
we are dealing with what we got. Commissioner Hadcock.
So when we talk about these increases and whatnot, is that not some of that the responsibility of the department head to make that decision on who gets what based on their contribution to the county as far as their work ethics and what they put in? I mean, to me, an employee that doesn't perform doesn't deserve a raise. An employee that overperforms needs a little bit more than normal. That's the way I always see it.
So,
I think that's somewhat fair.
yeah, I've got a comment related to that because I 100% agree. And one thing I know that, I've asked HR to work on, and I think I'd mentioned it before, we currently don't have an evaluation process in place. So I think that can lead to an issue of morale within the department. So if you're just giving step increases and you have somebody that's an underperformer, and then, I'm getting my annual step increase, you have somebody else that is performing at a higher level, maybe they deserve 2 step increases or some adjustment to their pay. And we're not tracking performance reviews across the county. And so employees are getting, in some departments, I'm not going to say all, but I know that HR, we do not have a policy that says you only get you're getting a step increase based on a positive performance review. We don't have that in place, and that's what I've asked, that we work on getting performance review and a plan in place. And it's just not you're getting an automatic step increase because the board approved it. You're getting these additional pay benefits based on performance. And getting back to your point, if you're not performing, then obviously that needs to be dealt with. But I'm not in favor of giving, just a carte blanche step increase across the organization without having a plan in place that says it's only based on a positive performance review on file with the Human Resources Office.
And I'll just make one comment, then we're going to move on. And the point is that we're here where we are because we're going to move forward. We've got some good goals in mind. One of the goals is, obviously, that Jerry pointed out, was to have good policy and procedures in place that we adhere to. So basically, when a commissioner or a department head or somebody comes into the work at the county, it's like a plug and play. They can come into a solid environment, understanding the rules and how they're going to deal with stuff, how they're going to deal with employees, how they're going to deal with employee raises, longevity, anything like that will be handled. It just takes time. Right now, this budget has taken a lot of our time, and I'm going to give kudos to Jordan just to getting us these numbers that make sense, that I think make sense to a simpleton. a simpleton can read these things and go, oh, we obviously got some hurdles to jump when we are double the employee per population than any other county. Obviously, we want to make sure that we're comparing apples and apples and all as we go along. No defensive mechanisms. We are going to make these changes, and that's the reality of it. And then going forward, it's going to be a lot easier for the next commissioner or whoever comes in, the next department head or whoever it may be, comes in, and then we're going to utilize, and we are going to hold accountable all of our department heads. You've seen today the beginning of it, the beginning of what we've seen today of a presentation that was absolutely stellar based upon the accountability of a person that was put into place by the commission in the department and is taking complete control of that department. And yes, the department heads will run their departments, the elected officials will run their departments, and we'll all be held accountable to these numbers. It's the reality of it moving forward. We'll get through this budget, and then, like it or leave it or whatever, it's going to happen. I'm committed to making this change. I think the rest of the commissioners are committed to making these changes, so let's move forward, make these changes happen. I think there was comments made earlier about I'm on board, coming from the sheriff's department. He stressed to me 100% I'm in. I want to be part of this team, and I think that's the approach we all got to take, because we're all in this together, and we're going to move forward, and we're going to make it happen, and we're going to be a good shining example of how government efficiencies can change and take place in a better manner. So let's move on to the next item, which is...
I've got the next presentation is going to be just a quick history on the outside agencies. We have several agencies here that want to give a presentation and that have been requested to give financials and stuff like that. So if it's okay, I can just
let's
jump
do
right
that.
into
Let's move on. So where are we at again? What are you saying that we're...
We're still on. Yeah, we're outside agency history is what.
Okay, outside agency, okay, that's an interesting one too. So all these are very interesting. If you've never seen them before or don't understand them, these are broken down into simpleton terms. I mean, how much does the government, this county commission, have to do with outside agencies? I mean, reality is, you got X amount of dollars to do mandated positions, and are these agencies taking care of their own business first before they come to the taxpayers and asking for supplements to their budgets, whatever it may take. So that's why we have these presentations to see, obviously we have a finite amount of dollars that's available, and we have to make sure that they meet the criteria that's going forward. So thank you.
Okay, so I wanted to start this discussion just to make sure that we're all speaking the same language and we've clarified a couple of points, because there is some confusion about the natures of these outside agencies, whether or not they're contracted services, whether or not they're mandated services. And so we don't have a 100% complete list, because that line is a little bit blurry as to who is just really a contracted service and there's no mandate for it, and who are we granting money above and beyond. And so it'll get a little sticky in this discussion, but I wanted to clarify a few points with this.
We're used to that.
There you go, you're used to the sticky. So this is the list that we currently are tracking of all of the outside agencies that we either have agreements in place with, contracts in place with, or we're just giving money to. And so I'll skip past the whole list. We don't need to get into these details too much. What I wanted to talk about was the idea of, mandated versus non-mandated. What you'd find is that mandated services is what we usually encounter in SDCL. We're not, rarely ever said, you have to give money to this person. It is, you must spend money on these services. And so we've got several services that are supported by a levy, which means these are restricted funds that have to be expended on specific functions. Whether or not those services are mandated, usually it depends on, for example, the county library. It's because the people voted to have a library service. So in essence, it's not statutorily mandated, but the people have given that mandate to the board. And so you have to provide those services. But because you've chosen to levy a county fair levy, you must only spend those funds on county fair stuff. You do not have to contract with Central States Fair, Inc. to do it, but you have to provide those services in some fashion with those funds. Same thing with county fire. These are paid to fire departments, volunteer fire departments, and we use that money to staff our county office, the fire administration. And it's not that you have to levy that county fire, but because you do, you must spend that money within fire services, trying to provide the best services you can. And then there are a couple that we have to pay by statute because of money we have collected or because of just mandates. So SDCL 23A40 talks about indigent legal services. This is a statutory right for everyone to have the right to an attorney, essentially, no matter what your background is. And so what we have chosen to do here in the county is we have our public defender's office that provides indigent and other legal services for people. We've also got the court-appointed attorneys, the private bars, that also factors into this stuff. And then we have our contract with Dakota Plains Legal Services for conflict cases and other legal services. That meets those statutes. So the services are mandated, but how the county decides to do that is completely at the discretion of the board. Then you've got SDCL 2510, which talks about domestic abuse. We collect marriage fees and divorce fees, and certain portions of those are put aside into a specific domestic abuse fund. And they must be spent on, given to, I should say, an organization that has a qualified domestic violence program. And so for our purposes right here, that would be the Working Against Violence, Inc., WAVI. They meet that qualification, and then that's where those services go. That's where the money goes, I should say. And then finally, we've got the mental health services, which they're paid as a statutorily mandated, well, it's to avoid statutorily mandated charges, because in statute for mental health services, a provider is allowed to charge the county certain amounts of money, but if we have a contract to a qualified mental health services provider, like West River Mental Health, then we can avoid paying those statutorily mandated charges up to a certain point. And so that's why we pay for those services, is because based on the census, we figure this meets the statutory minimum so that we don't get immediately hit with those charges. Do you have any questions on that, mandated services?
Any questions?
So let me ask you a question. If public defender and court appointed are mandated, what is state's attorneys?
State's Attorney's Office is also mandated, they're the prosecuting
Have that up
side.
there?
That's a county office. I was talking specifically about the indigent legal services where
The other
everyone has.
entities? Because you had public defender up there, I didn't know if you.
Oh, that was just to mention that we have an internal office that provides legal services for defense.
So it's mandated to have
It's mandated that
treasurer,
everyone,
sheriff, all the other 5 elected. What's mandated in a county to have for?
for county offices?
Yes, sir.
That'll be a different slide, I guess. We'll have to put that together because there's a lot more of the same thing where it's mandated positions, yes, but then mandated services, and how you go about that is discretionary.
These are
That'd be nice.
mandated services,
Yeah.
but not specific
Right.
agencies. We can
Yes,
pick
I
and
just,
choose the
you
agency.
can do that later, but I
Yes,
just
I
wanted to
can
see.
get you some information on that.
Okay, thank you.
So we look at the 10-year total history of those agencies that I had listed up there, and it looks like we've paid $17.8 million since 2015 to those agencies. That does include a $1 million payment to the volunteer fire departments in 2022 and 2023. Those are the huge spikes you see there in the graph. I just wanted to make sure, because anyone looking at that graph would go, wow, that's a huge jump, and it's because those were 2 individual payments to the volunteer fire departments in
That
those
came
2
from
years.
COVID money or something, or?
It was,
Yes,
one-time COVID.
yep.
Okay.
Some of that's one-time COVID up there.
That's the spike, and then it drops back
Yeah, sorry, I'll go back to that page.
somewhat, but not all, I mean, not a long ways. It drops back somewhat.
And then in those recent years, also, as we discussed, we had a hike in the, county fair levy and stuff like that. So you see those, that's why it doesn't go all the way back down. And then this was just a quick thing by agency. You can go over this at your own leisure. We don't have to do this in the public's time. So I believe, yep, change by agency 2 thing. You guys can look at these numbers if you want to later. And then I was asked to provide specific on the libraries and what the levy revenue was versus what we actually paid them, because we do in the library fund and in the fair fund, we have a reserve essentially that's accumulating right now. It's building up in balance, and the question is always, well, do you want to set that to a certain number that we want to maintain in that fund? Because it doesn't seem as necessary for the county to hold that money. If we're providing these services, we may want to just try to drain that fund down to 0 every year and deal with everything as it comes. So that's just talking points for the libraries and the county fair.
Do you know what those numbers are?
We have projected an anticipated end-of-year cash balance for 2025 in the library fund at about $197,000.
How about like the fair?
And then the fair, $85,000.
Okay, so it's not real significant, just.
Well, yeah, I mean, having a, you know, in a restricted fund, because typically we have the, like for the library, we have those agreements and says we're going to fund this amount, the base rate, add, you know, 3% every year, and then fund to that level. And so when we're paying that out and we still have a balance of 197,000, then I would say we need to lower the library levy, collect less. And I want to do that anyway because, you know, that's one thing as we get into the budget that I want to look at is reducing the amount that we're collecting for the library levy and then reduce those agreements accordingly. So.
Thank you.
All right, so any other points of discussion before we can maybe have
Any
some of the
questions?
outside
No
agencies?
questions, go forward.
Thank you.
All right, well, I don't know if we had a specific order for everybody, but is there someone here from Working Against Violence? You're up first.
Oh, sorry, just state your names and then what organization and.
Good afternoon. I'm Linda Schroll. I'm the Executive Director for Wavy.
And I'm Carrie Berard. I'm the Finance Director for Wavy.
So we're going to speak with you this afternoon. Thank you for your time. We appreciate it. We're going to talk to you a little bit about who we are. I'll start with who we are, what we do, and then what our ask is specifically from the county. And then I will turn it over to Carrie, who will talk a little bit about our budget and why we need the funding. And then we will be willing to answer any questions that you might have. So first of all, we are Wavy. We have been a cornerstone in this community since 1978. We are open 365 days a year, 24 hours a day. So we are counted on by our survivors and our community partners as a safe refuge for those we serve. Specifically, we serve victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, human trafficking, and intimate partner stalking. In 2024, we served 2,752 survivors and provided 35,665 free of charge services. One of the biggest services that we provide that everybody knows about is our safe emergency shelter. So when it's in the middle of the night or it's in the middle of the day, it does not matter, and we have a victim that is fleeing that needs assistance for them or their family due to an encounter of sexual assault or domestic violence, we're there for them. We're the safe place they can go. Currently, we are the only emergency shelter that is serving that population. Services that we provide emergency shelter, extensive case management. That includes things like safety planning, housing, financial assistance, education. We do a lot of community and partner and youth education. We do transportation. We help with rental deposits. We have an attorney on staff that helps with protection orders, and divorce and custody. That's most of it. Our ask specifically, we have two asks. One is for $47,000 to cover 67% of the cost of our case manager that is embedded in the public safety building. The case manager is there anytime there is a call for domestic violence or sexual assault, trafficking. She receives a copy of that report, then she attempts to she makes contact with those survivors and then sends them on to Wavy so that we're able to continue that care for them. That person also is there at the sheriff's office so that they are able to help with coordination between the victim specialists and our agency so that we can provide the best services in the best cost-effective way possible. The other part that we are asking is to continue being the recipient of the divorce and marriage fees. Currently, we have been, but Wavy is the recipient of those fees. And we use those fees to ensure that we're open 24/7, so that when our law enforcement or our partners or our survivors need a place to go, our law enforcement is there, they respond. They have a place that they can bring people, and we can take over that care so they can go back to doing their job to protect our citizens.
Ms. Linda, can I ask you again, divorce and what fees?
Marriage,
Marriage.
divorce and marriage fees.
Out of the
From
Register
the
of Deeds
Register of
office.
Deeds, yes. They go to.
Do you know what that dollar amount
Waiting.
is?
And do you know what that dollar amount is?
It's approximately 10,000 a quarter. It varies. It can go from 8,000 to 12,000. I would say about 40 a year.
40 a year?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Carey. Sorry to interrupt you, Ms. Linda.
That's okay. And then part of that, so that funding that we get from the divorce and marriage fees, we use that, like I said, to, for our shelter to be staffed and open 24/7. We also use it for things like, we provide a support group, we provide education in our jail. So we're able to go in, we're able to help with safety planning, we're able to help provide that education. So hopefully, we know a lot of, so I have to go back, sorry, I'm a little nervous. We know that a lot of our, we know that addiction is something that our offenders use to control their victims. So when you go into the jail and you see, especially in our female population, and we have those the people in the jail that are there for nonviolent crimes, specifically the addiction. A lot of times we know that that's part of their victimization, right? So that when we're there and we're able to help them and able to give them that education, we're able to help with their exit planning, help them with safety planning, there's a lot more likely that they're going to come to us then instead of returning to where they once were, which then helps lower those risks as well. And then also our attorney, we have a attorney on staff that is able to help with protection orders. So being able to help with that also helps the county, because that's a free of charge service that we can provide so that our attorney's office can continue with all the important and criminal work that they have to do, right? Just to take that off, so.
Mr. Chair.
Yep.
First of
Commissioner
all,
Ross, can I?
Thank you for your service and much-needed service, and probably it's needed more and more each year with the way things are going. So am I reading this right? The total request is 47,000?
47,000, and then to continue continue to be the recipient of the marriage and divorce fees.
So the ask is 47,000 over what we're statutorily required to provide.
So, Jordan, the list that you gave me, then I have 85,000, does that sound right?
Must be 87.
So I have the total of, under other, 454 and 459, a total of 3 million, or 2,395,560. And then you broke that down for me. So then Wavy, I have 85,000, does that sound right?
That would be close. It's probably going to be 87,000 though.
Okay, I just
So,
wanted to make sure I understood okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, sir? Commissioner Durr?
No, I maybe have a question that maybe either the sheriff or Laura, the state's attorney, could answer in regards to this, but it gets back to working in the public safety building with an advocate, and then the state's attorney's office has, victims assistance. And so my question is, we're already paying for victims assistance out of the state's attorney's office to provide that, and we've added over the years, I know because of mandated law, additional staffing regarding that. And it just seems like on some of these outside entities that are providing a service, we're already providing that internally with our, county offices. So that would be my question.
Laura, did you want to take a stab at that, or you want Brian to do this on his own? Okay.
Good morning.
Morning,
Well, it's
sir.
good afternoon now, almost here. Brian Mueller, Pennington County Sheriff, and appreciate these guys coming in and sharing their information with you today. And we've had a long-standing, really good relationship with working against violence here in the community. I'll try to answer Commissioner Durr's specific question. We do have 2 full-time advocates that work for at the sheriff's office that are housed alongside of the advocate that the case manager that Wavy provides. And the Wavy advocate primarily does intimate partner work, and then our victims advocates work hand in hand with them too. So we do have two full-time positions that are doing similar work. It's a little bit different. There's a little bit of overlap. We share in a lot of these higher profile cases, we share the workload. But the two other positions we have are primarily funded by grants. And they do work for both the police department and the sheriff's office, and so does the Wavy advocate. And I think that they also have a similar ask, I think, to the city for providing part of that funding too. I don't know if it's the 47,000.
Well, Chair, can I ask a question?
Commissioner Hadcock, go
In the
ahead.
past, I think the sheriff had 40 or 44, and then the state's attorney had another 40. So
Oh,
is
no.
it 40
In
and
the past-
44 plus the marriage and divorce license?
No, it's 22,500 from the state's attorney, 22,500 from the county, and then plus the marriage and divorce fees, which are 40, 45.
So
It's
that's what adds up to
23.5,
the,
isn't
To the 80, yeah.
okay.
And-
Because I
and-
thought you were getting like 40, 44, because that's when I saw in the budgets. But what it is your advocacy, like you said, the 22 and 22, which was 44, and then the 40 from basically and that's why it's in both different budgets, because of advocacy and probably the fees and the way they help. State's attorney helps with you guys, or you guys help the state's attorney with some of your victims, so.
So the ask is not 22.5, you have listed 23.5.
Well, yeah, we wanted a small increase just to help with
Okay.
paid regular increases with health insurance and.
Right. And so, when we look at these outside entities, it's gonna, my philosophy is gonna be the same as I go through these. Many of the services, some of these are asking, we're providing internally with our own budget. And then some of these are contracted where they're providing a service. And I'm assuming, some of the departments are, because typically it's going to be in the sheriff's office, are thinking that some of these agreements are a better bang for the taxpayer to have it done on the outside versus internally. And the other, when you get down to this list and the caveat that, Jordan and Kenner would be offering on this outside entity funding, is that it's hard to track some of this down when the state's attorney's office is paying, or not the state's attorney's office, excuse me, when the auditor's office is paying what is, mandated by statute out of the fees that we collect. And then you have various departments that have a line item in their budget that says outside agency funding. Then you have to go down and look at the individual departments to see if they're funding anything outside the organization with taxpayer money. And this is I've mentioned it since, the beginning of the year, but I would like to see, all of these entities that are non-county that are being funded, that it be out of everybody's individual budgets, and that this is a board discussion, and that these are captured in the budget, and there's a way to put that in there, so you can at least run that report and see all outside entities that are being funded, and put it in the appropriate category, so you have one place to go look for it, instead of through multiple departments trying to go through their line items and see 5,000 here, 10,000 there, 15,000 here. And so anyway, those are my comments, and I know that you guys, do great work, but I think when we're talking about what we're doing, the county on these outside entities that we're funding, and you can listen, and I understand, but when you're listening to nonprofits talk about, we have personnel increases within our organization, we have to give our employees, benefits and pay and that type of stuff. It's the same thing that we're struggling with. And some of these, specifically when you get down to these nonprofits, and this is nothing on you, my philosophy is going to be the same. If the nonprofit can do something that the county can do and it's a better bang for the buck, I think it's a good use of the taxpayer money. If they're providing, kind of redundant services or mutual services, or it's something that, as a nonprofit, the community should support, I'm not in favor of taking taxpayer money and then deciding for the taxpayer where that dollar is going to be allocated.
I think, yes, state's attorney wants to, she's gonna bail you out there, Sheriff.
Thank you. Laura Retzel, State's Attorney. I just wanted to make two quick points. One, in last year's budget, I had the 22.5 for Wavy. In my proposed 2026 budget, I don't have any money in there for them. So as you're considering this, please remember that I do not have that in my budget for 2026. And then just as a point of clarification, the Sheriff's Office advocates and the Wavy advocates are crucial for that time frame immediately after an incident before a case arrives in the State's Attorney's Office, which could be a matter of days, it could be a matter of weeks or longer. So they provide that initial crisis advocacy typically before the case is handed off to us, and then usually it's a soft handoff and they're done and moving on to the next situation. So just wanted to make sure you understood that relationship.
I'm good.
I'm good.
Okay, so what role does, state's attorney's office have in, like, advocacy for violence? I mean, you got a crimes, victims, office, or, I'm not sure.
Yes, so we have a victim advocacy department with 6 people in it. One of them is specifically assigned to domestic violence cases, which as you've seen from my other presentations, are aggravated assault domestic violence is my number 2 highest felony charge, and simple assault domestic violence is my number 2 highest misdemeanor charge. So it's a very high number of criminal cases and certainly criminal incidents that connect to domestic violence, which is why this is an important area for both the sheriff and I. And like I explained, the sheriff advocate and the Wavy advocate are involved immediately after a crisis. And then when the case comes to the state's attorney's office and is handed over for prosecution, we usually take it from there.
But then Wavy is more like someone in crisis, like give them a place to stay, kind of.
Right, then they would continue to provide ongoing services as requested by that specific person.
But immediately when something comes up, they have somewhere to go. Okay.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
And then the state's attorney's office advocacy, and I've talked to you about that before, it's primarily shepherding victims through the criminal justice system, making sure they understand their rights, making sure they get restitution, making sure their voice is heard in those criminal proceedings, and those Marsy's Law rights that you've talked about before is either constitutionally or statutorily mandated.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I guess what it boils down to relative to what Commissioner Deere mentioned is that we're not duplicating services. Wavy is a service that the county currently isn't providing, and they're the experts on this, and so it's a totally separate service relative to anything that the sheriff's department or the state's attorney's office is providing. So I think that's what we have to decide on each one of these.
Yes, Commissioner, that was my intention coming forward, was to show the distinction and the difference between what I'm doing and what Wavy and the sheriff's office advocate are
And I
doing.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, just to follow a comment, the commonality would be the crisis intervention. Once law enforcement gets involved, we have staff that we're paying to do that, both at the sheriff's office level and at the state's attorney's office level. Obviously, the housing, we don't do, but that's, as a nonprofit, that's a service they provide.
Thank you. Commissioner Drews, are you there?
I think he had a flight to catch.
I know he has to catch a flight, so did he catch his flight?
Yeah, he hopped off at 12:38.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't.
Hopped off his plane, or?
He's a daredevil. I know he did it without a chute.
All right.
Watch out. We don't have any further questions, I guess,
No.
so thank you, ladies.
We just know that you guys.
Appreciate it. We know you have a good service and
You do
provide
great
good
work.
service,
All right, the next on the list I've got here is the Humane Society of the Black Hills. Do we have anyone here to speak to that? Yes, we do.
Hello.
Hello, I'm Tammy Barrows. I'm the Executive Director of the Humane Society. We bring in about 4,000 animals a year. We are the only open shelter on this side of the state. If you heard in the news, other shelters and rescues have stopped taking animals in because they're over capacity. Since we're an open shelter, we don't have that ability. We still take them in. We provide animal control services. We're contracted through Pennington County for that. We also take in rescue drop-offs from both the police department and the sheriff's department. About 55% of the strays make up all of the animals that we get in. About a third of those are from drop-offs from the police and the sheriff. So I am brand new into the position, so we are requesting $166,000. This was based off of a conversation that happened when I was not here. It was based off of that Pennington County took up 10% of our expenses. There was an agreement to go from $50,000 to $108,000 last year, and then go up to $166,000 this year. So I got those from the notes from my previous predecessor. What kind of questions do you have for me?
Mr. Chair? Yeah, my question would be, why did the increase from 50 to 108 in 2025?
Because that was about 3.76% of the expenses. And when they went through and figured out that 10% of the expenses were from Pennington County, that's when they started asking for the increase, and they decided to do it in 2 steps.
I think Sheriff has some insight.
Yeah, I was going to say, Brian will tell you.
Come on in.
We had a different contract this last year.
All right, Brian Mueller, Pennington County Sheriff. And we probably don't have enough time to go over the history of our relationship with the Humane Society today. And it's a lengthy one, and I've been involved with it for several years, going back to the time that we had a contract, we lost the contract, we refused to increase it. It went up over 100% in 1 year. The sheriff at the time refused to do that, and as our law enforcement division took over the process, we rewrote our animal ordinance, and we were doing what was statutorily required to do at the time, but we were running it through the sheriff's office. It was very inefficient, and we did not have the space and the tools to do that type of work. And so for several years, we've contracted with the Humane Society, and we were at that $50,000 a year range. And initially, when we set that up, they would have to provide us monthly financials as to how many animals were coming in, what the expenses were, and we tracked that over several years, and when we tracked the actual work done versus what we were paying, we were generally within that $5,000 to $8,000 range, maybe just a little over or a little under that $50,000. It was pretty accurate. They've had change in leadership over and over and over again, and some of the reporting that we were getting dropped off for a few years. And then, and I don't remember the exact years, I would tell you 3 or 4 years ago, we got a request for a very substantial increase for the amount that we were paying. And we went back and looked, and I said, you haven't been sending us the financials. You need to send us the financials so we can evaluate it. I feel 50,000 was fair. And then when we got the actual information sent to us, and it was roughly $38,000 to $40,000 worth of work that was done the previous year, and they were asking for a substantial increase. When I came into office, they asked for a pretty substantial increase, and I said, I don't think that the work justifies the increase that's being done, and we really didn't have any further discussion on it. They just, for the first 2 years I was in office, requested or agreed to pay the $50,000. And then last year, we got a request to go from $50,000 to $166,000, and basically an ultimatum to say, if you're not going to do it, we're just not going to provide the service to the county any longer. And I said, I don't have an understanding of where we're at, how do the expenses go that high, and we really didn't have any involvement in the board, any of the decisions that they were making at the time. So we had a pretty lengthy meeting. Some of the commission was involved in that last year. And they sat, basically over the last few years, they've changed their philosophy to handling what was statutorily mandated. And I'm probably using the wrong terms, but basically went to a no-kill shelter, which greatly expands the expense related to running an animal control shelter. Because when we had the agreement in place with the county before, this will be off a little bit, but just to give you the philosophy that statutorily you're required to hold an animal for a certain period of time if it's dropped off at the shelter. And then our agreement with the shelter was we would pay a certain dollar amount each day. And then if the animal was not claimed, they could make a decision if they were going to euthanize the animal or put it up for adoption. And our agreement in the past had always been, if they were going to euthanize the animal, we would pay that cost. And if they were going to do adoption, we would let them keep all of the fees related to adoption. And then they would incur all expenses going forward, but they could keep all the fees related to the adoption. And that agreement worked for 15 years. Somewhere along the way, they changed the philosophy of not doing the euthanization, so they were keeping animals longer, their expense went up, their needs in their facility went up, their staffing needs went up, and then we just never sat down and renegotiated that again. The history on the 108 for last year is I think they had asked for the 166 and advised us they were going to cut services if we didn't do it. We negotiated to increase it to the 108, and then my ask at the time last year was to allow a county commissioner to sit on their board. So we had some input into what the philosophy at the shelter was, because that's definitely driving the cost. And then we would reconsider this $166,000 deal at budget time this year. That was our agreement. So that's where we are today.
I guess the immediate question would be, have you received any financial information that justifies any specific cost? I mean, like you used to get the cost.
Well, what their justification they did is they no longer track the information like what we used to do. But their justification is they believe that 10% of the animals that they're taking care of at the shelter are from the county outside of Rapid City. And I don't know if they still do, what other municipalities they deal with or other counties they deal with. And then they put their operational expense in and they're asking for 10%. But they no longer track information the way that we used to that would allow me to be able to look at it as a per animal cost.
What information did you used to get? Because I know that they send quarterly information to Rapid City. We could definitely send that to you also.
Okay.
I guess I don't know what information you got, but. Let me clarify the no-kill shelter. No-kill shelter doesn't mean that you don't kill. It's whether 90% of your animals are adopted out. I've been executive director for 5 months, and we have only euthanized animals for behavior issues or for illness. We haven't done it for space issue. And we have decreased our length of stay from 32.4 days to 25.6. The holding time for a stray animal is 72 hours. So that's, and then we are also, house the animals that come in for like a 10-day bite quarantine, and we also hold animals that are on hold for cases for animal cruelty, so.
I know that, and I'll throw this out there, I know that aren't people supposed to pay for licensing on their animals too?
They are. It's a very small amount. It's like $16 for a dog that's fixed and $8 if they're not. We basically lose about $500 to $600 on every animal that is adopted out, because one of our core purposes is to spay and neuter animals to help decrease the animal population. So we invest at least $300 to $400 in medical, and then you pay to feed them and house them. So even if we adopt animals out, we still take a loss, but the animal going out will not produce any other animals.
I'm just saying that animal owners overall, obviously there's a lot of people that are, shouldn't have an animal, obviously, otherwise you wouldn't have a need for a shelter. If you have an animal and you're supposed to have a license.
License, yep, and then chip them.
Humane Society gather that revenue from a license, or?
We do. It's really an untapped source, so that's something that I'm looking into. The animals that are strays that leave least they are chipped and they're licensed. But yeah, most people don't unless their vet will suggest it at the vet visit.
Chair,
We got
so
questions from.
are the services needed? They're needed, they're not wanted, they're needed, right? Because otherwise we have to do it. So you have to ask yourself, how much would it cost for us to run an animal shelter in Pennington County and take in animals and have staff and have a building than it is to pay somebody to do it for you? So that's the final question for us is, Sheriff said, this sucked and we tried this and I don't think you can do it for 166 with 2 people, plus trying to find a shelter and do the things that these guys do. How much that should be, I don't know if it's 166. The other issue is, do you have a commissioner on your board yet?
I believe Ron was invited. Ron?
They invited me and disinvited me, so.
Well, I will invite you.
Okay.
Yeah, no, we welcome anybody if you want. We meet usually every other month. So whoever wants to come, shoot me an email and you're welcome.
Actually, Ms. Tammy, if you would shoot Jordan an email, that way one of us could be at the meeting, that would be good. That way, anybody that had the time to come see what you do, and it'd be nice for all of us to see that. But the bottom line I was asking, I guess, was, Brian, could you do it for 166? And I know you were doing it for 50, but we are the outlining area of Rapid City that has the main population. The outlining areas aren't that populated. Is there a lot of animals, and do you have any other ideas then to pay 166 that they're asking?
Well, I do think if we can get some commission involvement in their board, that I do think there are some things that they could do to save some money and hopefully lower that cost. Specifically, just the last time I looked at the financials, the amount, if my dog goes missing and it gets turned into the Humane Society and they have to do veterinary work on it, and there's certain things that they do, I think if you, based on how many days that's there, they do veterinary work. When I pick my animal up, I should have to pay 100% of that cost. That should not be a property tax issue. The fees that they're charging you to go pick up your own dog for their expenses are a fraction of what I pay to take my own animal into the vet. So I think there are some things that they could do that could update that they're doing through fees and expectations of animal owners in the county that shouldn't have to be subsidized across the board for tax support. So I do think we can get that amount down. There are several statutory things that the county is required to do, as the sheriff, that I'm required to do with vicious animals and bites and those types of things. And it's well worth contracting with somebody else to provide those services versus handling that with deputies, which is a very high cost way to do that. And plus, if we, as all of our discussion today for 2 hours on buildings to try to figure out a location for the county to pay for to do that, I think it's worth contracting with the Humane Society. They have been a good partner. I would like to see a board member on the board to hopefully influence some of the costs going forward. But there's definitely a value for Pennington County to contract with them for the services.
Thank you, Brian.
That statement goes a long ways, so.
Can I just say one more thing?
Yep.
There is a 5-year plan that they put in place, and part of that is we started a membership program to bring in extra income. So we are looking at other ways to fund it, not just asking you guys for more money.
Right, well, I mean, if we're only at 9%, I mean, it's obviously, there's another $1 million out there somewhere that people are paying. So Commissioner Roskinek has a question.
I welcome new leadership because I got some complaints last year and I got to know more about the Humane Society than I really wanted to. And
was it chickens?
I think with new leadership, a lot of that's going to get corrected. And when, they just called me a couple of weeks ago, and I just said, you need to call the sheriff, and the sheriff will put you in contact with the Humane Society. So welcome to the Humane Society, and hopefully a commissioner there will increase the transparency between the commission and the Humane Society. But I asked Jordan for a spreadsheet so I could see the requests from each one of these outside agencies. What I have on the spreadsheet that you gave me, Jordan, is 108,000 for 2026 requests. So I just want bring that to your attention because
Okay.
that's different than this presentation.
Yep, yeah, because that was the 2025 amount, and so I'll make sure that the 2026 amount is updated.
Okay.
So I guess the scenario is I'm gonna be on the board, or am I gonna be a voting board? I'm not gonna go there if I can't vote. I mean, I gotta be worth my time, sit there and listen.
I'll bring snacks.
Pardon?
I'll bring snacks.
Good. So, yeah, my comments, I think it goes back to what the sheriff said. So, you know, asking the additional funds from the county, and then we have no oversight, getting back to his point about operations, and so you're just saying, give us money and the taxpayers can fund this. It goes back to decisions internally made by the organization about, we're gonna change our operations, we're gonna change how we're doing things. With that goes increased costs. So we have to go out and source more money from, you know, from donor base or from taxpayer base. And so I would go back and have a conversation with your board and say, the Board of County Commissioners is requesting a seat at the table as a voting member, and showing up and giving our 2 cents without having any teeth is, getting back to what Chairman Weifenbach is saying, is a waste of our time.
Well, you're welcome. Like I said, I can't speak to what happened before, the 5 months, but we strive to be very transparent, and you're welcome. You have a seat at our board.
And then what is the current agreement that we have in place? When does that expire?
End of December.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions? I just wanted to know that if I've been on my phone, it's because I was communicating with Gary, and he's signed off. So, well, he didn't have anything to say anyway, but it's, thank you for your
Thank you.
presentation. If someone could just reach out to Jordan, and he'll get me the information I need to get to. I gotta say, the Humane Society, in amongst all of its ebbs and flows, because of the atmosphere that the Humane Society has, because of the people, there's obviously two fields of people. There's the fields of people that want to save every dog, every animal until it naturally dies, which is almost impossible, to the people that say, hey, man, just get rid of them. So the ebbs and flows causes that turmoil, and for us, it's practicality, obviously, but I think that overall, the Humane Society has been a great asset to the city of Rapid City and the county of Pennington County. So that being said, we'll move forward. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Boom. Next item up for
All
bids.
right, yep, next on the list right now is Meals on Wheels. Is Meals on Wheels here? Nope. All right, moving forward then.
I gotta say one thing about Meals on Wheels. If I get another phone call, I'm gonna direct them right to that guy who is the director of Meals on Wheels. I have no idea why my name was on a flyer, why my name was on a Facebook post saying, tell me how important Meals on Wheels is. I got a 90-year-old mom and a 90-year-old mother-in-law that I take care of, and through the years, my mom had been on Meals on Wheels. So I decided to delve into Meals on Wheels. That's when I invited him here. Dude, if you got something to say to me, come and let's talk about Meals on Wheels and the importance of Meals on Wheels. I realize how important Meals on Wheels is because I've seen it in action. I've worked with people. I went out and delivered Meals on Wheels with the volunteers. They have hundreds of great volunteers, and the seniors in the community are ones that always get overlooked. You can see here we spend millions and millions of dollars on people that are non-productive in society who get in trouble, cause all this other havoc, create violence on people, these people, and then the seniors in our community get overlooked. But obviously, George Larson is the fellow's name. If you see George, tell him he was invited to show up. If he wants to write another Facebook post or postcard about me, ask him what it costs to send out that postcard. And, but the point is, if we're here to help, I don't know what he wanted from me. And I've had over 30 phone calls, probably 3 of them just sitting here today, on people calling me and
Mr. Chair.
stressing. Go ahead.
You can blame me partially because at our last meeting, Pennington County Council of Aging, I asked any of the stakeholders there, and there's folks that work for the state and whatnot, I says, we need to explain why we exist. For South Dakota Department of Social Service, you need to contact the commissioners to tell them why Pennington County Council of Aging, why we should be there, why we should be funded. I did not tell anybody to put anything on Facebook.
I know you wouldn't, because I know you didn't do that, Ron.
Just said you got to reach out to the commissioners
Sure.
and explain. And I said, you're going to need to have your pro forma and show why you need the funds. That was,
We invited him here today and gave him plenty of notice.
well,
He's
I'm
not
just
here.
saying.
I went further, I started delving further into the situation of Meals on Wheels. They have contracted through the state of South Dakota, they've gotten over $2 million in revenue to service Wall and some other areas in the county, and they've failed. So I'm assuming they're trying to put the angst on us. I don't know what the deal is, but that's not how I do business, so, and I appreciate you, Ron. I mean, I get it.
Yeah, I mean.
And you and I would say the same sentiment about that.
Yeah.
You know, so.
I have a comment on this because getting back to your point, I mean, when you started getting the phone calls, you called me and said, you know, a little acronym to go with it. And I said, I have no idea what you're talking about. So I went to Facebook and read the post, and I'm going to make a comment on it because I think it's wholly inappropriate. So on Facebook, Meals on Wheels, and I'm assuming it was the gentleman that you spoke to, put a Facebook post out and some writing to go with it. Rapid City seniors are in jeopardy. Don't let Pennington County cut our kitchens. 250 meals are delivered in Rapid City by volunteers every year to seniors in need. If Pennington County decides to cut funding for volunteers and revoke access to Rapid City kitchens, hundreds of seniors would lose their meals. Call Ron Weifenbach and at giving your number and let him know how important Meals on Wheels is in Rapid City. And there is no basis for that, you know, and so we're not providing kitchen space. We're not, you know, the limited funding that we were giving was coming through the Pennington County Senior Group on Aging, whatever that is. And so there was a discussion about that. And getting back to your point, yes, there was a, you know, they have a state agreement. That's why we need to look at the financials of some of these individuals asking for taxpayer money. You know, Meals on Wheels, you know, has a contract in existence for over $2 million with the state to provide services. And, you know, a while ago, they were talking about cutting services in some of the rural areas, Timberlake, getting up into some of the areas that they supported. The state came back and said, if you do that, you're in non-compliance with your agreement. And so, I mean, they've made decisions internally to do things, but certainly nothing came from this board that would warrant that. And to put misinformation out there to say that somehow Pennington County is responsible for, you know, actions taken, that's not the case. So, you know, when you're out there in the public and you're asking for county assistance, I mean, we can have these discussions. It's not personal. It's about, you know, the county's ability to pay. And the whole thing I'm going to get down to is the taxpayers elected us to do a job and to be stewards of the money. And when it comes down to the budget and the finance and the policy of the county, that's what the Board of Commissioners are here for. And so then we have to weigh all of the obligations that come in front of us and make decisions. And I have faith in my fellow board members that decisions that we're making are not based off of, you know, personal issues and those types of things. We're going to get down to making decisions and support what the taxpayers are voicing. And the other thing I would say about the nonprofits, when you look at those, many of them have, you know, state and federal grant dollars and agreements in place to fund them. And when you look at, you know, the amount of money they're asking from us out of this, you know, $2+ million in requests, and you look at what percentage we are of their overall budget, it's not a lot. And so, you know, and you hear from these outside entities that say, I need this money for my personnel, my operations, my staff. Getting back to a comment made that Commissioner Hadcock made, we have statutory obligations to provide services, and those are public safety, the state's attorney's office, prosecuting cases, you know, infrastructure. So public safety, infrastructure, and some of the other mandated we have. Those are the functions I think the taxpayers are asking us to focus on, and that's how I'm going to look at the budget process.
Thank you, Commissioner Dern. I appreciate it. I'm just going to add one caveat. That wasn't just a Facebook post. He actually sent out a postcard. So trying to be nice to all these ill-informed elderly people gets to be a fine line. because I try to tell them I don't know what they're talking about, and so if you're out there, hope you can, anyway.
So, the bottom line is that when George was at the last meeting, I said, we need to see a pro forma. Because if you need the money, we need to see that you need it. And so I don't know if we ever got a pro forma, but
I got nothing from the guy. He called me and all he
that
did
was my request. And I believe George indicated that in the Rapid City area alone, they do 250,000 meals. And I think he said something about $1 a meal. Anyhow, I'm sorry that, I'm sorry you hit Facebook.
He misread, when I called him, when he finally called me after I told people to call him, he finally called me and we had a conversation for about 5 minutes and he didn't understand anything of what he even did. So I just, at that point, I said, we'll come to the meeting and obviously he's not here. So that's the bottom line. And I get what you're saying, but there's a lot more that goes to these guys. They had a building, they bought a building, stayed empty for over a year, and then they sold the building. And now they're telling us we're kicking them out of a kitchen. I don't know what they're talking about.
I might know something.
And so anyway, that's all. I just wanted to make it a public notice to anybody that wants to listen to that. So we'll move on.
Well, I just
Cameron,
want to
hold on
point
a
out
sec.
before, that this particular Pennington County Council of Aging, they provide other services than just meals. So I just want you to be aware of that.
No.
Chairman, I think you got the idea from me because, on the moving, because the building that they had, and like you said, it was empty over a year, we let them move into our building on COVID, and it was Pennington County Housing. We are not running Pennington County Housing. We have a different entity. It's through the state and the federal. So he might have misconstrued what I said, which means, at this point, they not only stayed in our building, they sold their building and in Pennington County Housing, and then they also expanded. At this time, we were looking at, this is before all this happened, 3 months ago or so, that they needed to get a lease and stuff. And so I'll just be up straight. We now figured out, we're going through what's called RAD conversion. So, to be up straight to Mr. George, that building, we can't just kick him out tomorrow, but it can no longer be leased to another entity. So in that RAD conversion that we're doing for public housing. So something's probably going to give at their next meeting, which is tomorrow, and I'm pretty sure Brian had already contacted him on what was happening at this time. So why they sold their building, why they did what they did without asking the entity that they were being nice, trying to help them out during their time where they needed it until their building got remodeled. That's probably where all that misconstrued information went. It also, for us, our tenants are always first in Pennington County Housing. And for the bottom line, for the building space and for the parking and some other things, they're always going to be first for Pennington County Housing. It's not going to be another outside agency. We did appreciate and we do like Pennington County or Meals on Wheels. But again, it wasn't a permanent location for them, and we found out it can't be based on HUD and federal regulations. So he'll probably find that out at our meeting tomorrow, or Brian would have already contacted
Thank you,
him.
Commissioner Hadcock. I will give him your phone number. Move on, Jordan.
All right, next on the list is the Children's Home Society.
Thank you. Children's Home Society. Hello, ladies.
We're both pretty short, so. Yeah. Can you hear us okay?
You can bring that down if you like. There you
Is that
go.
okay? Okay.
We can hear you better. And
I'm Jessica Breuer, and I'm from the Children's Home Society at the Child Advocacy Center.
And I am Christy Keffler. I'm the Director of Outpatient Services for CHS. And our ask today is for your continued support of $10,000.
So looking at what the services that we provide are to the county, the Children's Homes Child Advocacy Center and Pennington County's history is a long and valued one. And together we care for some of the most valuable children, youth, and families within our community. We provide forensic interviews. Those are interviews for children ages 3 to 18. We also can provide interviews for our adults with disabilities who have been victims of abuse or witnesses to abuse. Those forensic interviews are by a specially trained professional that can actually then go in and provide that court testimony, can testify within courts, can provide jury education. But first off, providing that interview in a child-friendly environment. Over 10 years, we have provided 1,300 interviews for Pennington County. We average about 140 of those a year for Pennington County. When a family comes in for a forensic interview, we also provide advocacy for them. We have 2 advocates, myself being one of them, where we meet with the families looking at where they're at currently. What are their immediate needs? We have a family that's in a place of crisis. They're more likely to become victims again. We're going to have a longer cost to that family. We're going to have more services. So we know that the justice system can take a while. We never want any family to have to hit pause on their healing journey. So we can get them connected, whether that's for medical, for mental health. We also, once that family leaves, while we hope that's the only time that child has to be interviewed, we continue services with that family, checking in on them. Where are you at? Do you have a need now? Where do we need to make that referral for mental health now? What can we help you do? And that's not just, while the forensic interview itself is just the child being interviewed, that advocacy is for the family. Because when they leave, they're going home with their caregivers or another family member. We need to make sure that they are also stable. We track cases. So for our Child Advocacy Center, we are non-jurisdictional. And we know we have surrounding communities around here that people have moved to Pennington County from other ones. If they have been alleged offenders or been system involved, we can help get that connected to Pennington County, whether it's the investigators we're working with, prosecution, CPS, or all of them, saying, hey, we also have this information. In alignment with that, we provide prevention and education. We have a statewide prevention program. Since the time of its development, we have provided education to over 50,000 adults and 4,000 youth. Part of that is talking about adverse childhood experiences, how experiences that adults had as a child have now impacted them into adulthood. It's also looking at how we can prevent child abuse, recognizing the signs of it. We provide training to our law enforcement partners here in Pennington County. All of Rapid City PD and Pennington County new officers receive training on vicarious trauma, how being in that helping role can impact them and the adverse childhood experiences. We provide trainings that are free of charge across the community. You can go ahead to the next one. That's okay, thank you. Why we use a child advocacy center is before child advocacy centers came into play, if a child were to report abuse, say to their teacher, then they tell their teacher and their teacher says, okay, let's go tell the principal, and they have to repeat their story to the principal, and then their principal says, okay, let's now call your parents. Well, their parents may have been the alleged offenders, or they may say, hey, let's now call law enforcement, and that child's having to repeat. That can re-traumatize that child. That can prevent them from that healing journey. With a child advocacy center, providing that education of how to best respond when abuse is reported, working with our law enforcement partners and our prosecution partners, saying, okay, we will be the hub house. Everyone can come to us that is investigating that, whether it's CPS, our investigators, prosecution, they come to us. We have all the meeting of the minds in one spot, that hopefully that child only has to be interviewed that one time. That because prosecution has what they need for their case, investigators have what they need, CPS has what they need, and then our forensic interviewers can go so and do so, ask those questions in a way that a child doesn't feel like they're wrong for telling, that they feel that they were heard, that they knew that there was people here who could do something about it, and that they could leave with their caregivers, and their caregivers also had that support. We average 350 interviews a year. Over the last 10 years, our Child Advocacy Center has experienced a 26% increase in the number of forensic interviews. If you see there in 2020, when schools shut down, 50% of our disclosures, that's someone reporting the abuse, come from schools. Well, it was scary to think schools closing down. There's nobody that has eyes on these kids. You can actually see that our interviews maintained during that time as well. In 2024, of the 347 interviews, 235 of them were female. Victims ages 0 to 5, 56. Ages 6 to 10, there were 113, 11 to 17, 161, and then 18 plus, we had 6. The highest percentage of alleged abuse is sexual abuse. That makes up 70% of our cases. 90% of child sexual abuse cases, the offender is someone that that child knew and trusted. We still teach stranger danger, but it's not as valuable as informing them of what can happen within their own families. Physical abuse, 17%, witness to violence, 12%, and neglect is 0.03, and we know that children may experience more than one type of abuse. When we are looking at that budget justification, the average cost per forensic interview is $1,250. The national range is $1,000 to $1,500 per interview. We are an accredited child advocacy center, meaning that every 5 years we have to be reaccredited to make sure that we are maintaining our standards and our protocols. That forensic interview, again, specially trained. I could hire somebody next week to be a forensic interviewer, but the first time that they will provide an interview could be 5 to 6 months down the road. They have to have a lot of training, and then that multidisciplinary team coordination. Again, we work with our law enforcement, prosecution, CPS, mental health, medical. So while in my office I have 5 employees, there's a huge team outside of that we are coordinating with on a daily basis. Maintaining the equipment costs, our interviews are recorded. There's special equipment that we need for that to be able to record it, to have it in a live feed. As I said, our investigating agencies come in to watch the forensic interview, and we need to make sure that they are seeing it in real time as it is their investigation. And documenting those cases and tracking them and reporting, we make sure that we have that. We're the hub house of information. We have multiple different counties that come to us, and people have now reside here and before, and we're able to put all of that together, which can increase that prosecution rate. We can help build those stronger cases. We can help work with our prosecution so that they can call the forensic interviewers in for that expert testimony as well.
Jordan, I found someone that talks faster than you.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to get it all in, and if you need me to slow down, I sure can.
I didn't mean to.
They do it as well.
Oh, good.
Okay.
We're gonna see who can.
I'm trying to get through it. I'm trying to get through. I did send this. If you need to reflect later, I'm staying pretty on point.
For us and trying to get on point to us. So you're good. You're good. I just had to tease you guys.
So for that cost effectiveness, that CAC model prevents the redundant interviews, that streamlines our investigations, improves our outcomes for children while reducing that long-term cost associated with untreated trauma, extending investigations or unsuccessful prosecutions. From January 1 of 2024 to July 1 of 2025, we have conducted 169 interviews for Pennington County. If we were to charge the standard minimum of $150 per interview, that would be at a cost of over $25,000. For 2025 alone, we have completed 47 interviews for Pennington County. School starts in 2 months. Like I said, 50% of our disclosures come from that school setting. So that's also right now providing that prevention education, meeting with our schools, July to August. That's my busiest for meeting with schools on what does it look like when a child discloses abuse? What are the signs and symptoms? What are those next steps? And our request reflects a commitment to providing best practice services that protect children, promote healing, and support justice within our community. Here are some real comments on the left are from some of our caregivers, and on the right are from some of our youth. They were very nice and thorough. They made my daughter feel comfortable and heard. We appreciate the support in judge-free zone here. From the youth, it was calm and quiet. They asked questions. They didn't assume things. The people here are supportive and caring and nice. I felt safe talking here, and they made me feel less worried. I enjoyed being able to discuss topics that I'm not able to with others. When we have families that come in and we know that they're there for something horrendous that they had no control over. And when I have a youth that says, hey, can I come back next week? Hey, will you call my mom? Can I come back? I had one that organized my entire advocacy room, hanging out in there, and I said, wow, it's never been so organized. He said, call my mom. I'll be back next week. Okay, thanks, buddy. I'm glad that it was a positive experience. The total revenue for the Child Advocacy Center, so Children's Home Society has multiple programs, but that $10,000 just goes to the Child Advocacy Center and the services that we provide. So for Child Advocacy Center, the total revenue, $541,768. Total expenses, $552,304. The fees collected by the county account for 0.01% of the total revenue for our Child Advocacy Center. About 60% of the Child Advocacy Center is donor funded. We recognize that this, and when I say we, Children's Home Society recognizes that this is a specialized service and stepped up to provide that service over 2 decades ago. Thanks, Laura. Thanks to your dad. And providing that service and how important it is. And we realize that with VOCA funding, Victims of Crime Act dollars, that fluctuates. We still need to be able to provide that service. So we have an endowment that can allow us to continue with that programming and sustainability so that we don't have an interruption in services for our community and for our families within our communities. I think I have one more. Previously, we received $8,500 from the county. I believe it was in like 21, 22. That's okay, Jordan, it's around there, that it bumped up to $10,000 per year. That funding covers approximately 66 forensic interviews if we were to charge at that standard minimum rate to other counties. I think it's important to note that if the number of forensic interviews exceeds this coverage, the service is continued. We don't say to our investigators, to our prosecution, nope, sorry, we're maxed out on what was allocated for funding. We can't provide that service. We continue to provide that service without an additional cost to the county. And this funding strengthens our capacity to serve the community.
Thank you.
Yes.
How many minutes, how many words?
I see 2 people walking up front, and they're going to say something
Of our main
vital,
partners.
so. Sheriff, you have the floor.
Brian Mueller again, Pennington County Sheriff. I just wanted to thank them for coming in and giving that presentation. And I've been doing this work for a lot of years, and before we had this great system in place, we had a little bit of a hodgepodge where we were training our own staff on how to do these very sensitive interviews with young people on sensitive topics. And it's very expensive training. It's expensive to get the training, to maintain it, and then to try to keep a person for a long enough period of time to do those specific interviews without them getting promoted and moving on is very difficult. So the $10,000 is a very small investment for what we get out of it. Our partnership is great, longstanding. Also, they provide other services they didn't even talk about today. When they come in and testify, and they testify on all of these cases for us, for the prosecution, they don't charge Pennington County any additional dollars for that. So if you do the math on about roughly 140 interviews a year, they're charging us about $71 a day. I know that there's if the feds, for example, come in and get an interview, they're paying significantly more than that to help offset some of those costs. So it's a good partnership. It's a good investment. This is one of these things that Commissioner Durr talked about, that it's a service outside of what we currently do, and we could not touch providing that valuable service for $10,000 a year. So I just wanted to provide that input.
I think you answered the question I had too.
Hey, he's quoted me for a reason.
I'm listening to you.
So Brian, I do have a question,
Yes.
and for you as well. So when you're talking about the number of cases and you say Pennington County, is that excluding Rapid City, or is that including Rapid City and all the other municipalities?
It covers Rapid City as well because of how these investigations work. Sheriff, this is probably your lane more than mine, but they oversee those investigations for Rapid City PD. It is the Pennington County sergeant that oversees the investigations.
All right. And so are you getting funding from Rapid City as well?
Rapid City matches that at the 10,000.
All right. And then, yeah, Brian, getting back 2 years ago, so these cases used to be done primarily with DSS. And I'm assuming that this is a better service?
Yes, DSS is still involved in the process, but they don't do the interviews.
A more inclusive service, I would say.
Correct.
All right.
If I can speak just a little to that, DSS primarily gets involved if it's a parent, guardian, or caretaker. That's when DSS will get involved. So they are still one of our partners. They are one of our investigating agencies that can do something with that information. But the number of our referrals is much higher from our Pennington County law enforcement partners than it is from DSS.
All right.
So I got a question that segues off that. The referral comes from the sheriff's department to you for a forensic or whatever you feel?
Yep, we only take referrals for a case from law enforcement or from DSS or from the state's attorney's office. They can request an interview as well.
And I'm curious of not that this is relevant to anything, but I'm just more curious of myself personally. What is your credential to allow you to do these? I mean, I see these forensic audits to be very, very, I mean.
Yep.
Saddening to me, but I can't imagine to you, but how do you prepare to do one of these? I mean, what did you do to get to this point?
I have worked with kids for me my entire professional career. So I worked with vulnerable youth for a very long time. I would say that everyone's track within my office has been much different. But how we've got there is we all started with a human services degree. And we found ourselves in roles with a high turnover rate. And we looked and did some reflection and said, how are we going to be a part of the solution instead of a part of the problem? And that's how we ended up at the Child Advocacy Center, is looking at that holistic approach that we're there for that child. They're our most vulnerable, but we also have to take care of that family and their needs so that we don't continue to have children victims that grow up to be adult victims who then continue that cycle of having children and didn't break that cycle. So being there to provide those resources and services, and sometimes it's just being that ear for them to say, you can do this, and being able to do that.
And just seeing the judge coming down and taking your forensic interview for unbiased position on.
Yep,
way this
fact-finding,
child may-
unbiased, it's not leading and suggestive. It's really just about the child getting to tell their story in the time that they want. We never force a child to talk if they're not ready. We're then gonna come back to the table with our multidisciplinary team and say, hey, we can't get to that investigation piece yet. We need to make sure that the mental health is taken care of first. And our partners are so good about saying, okay, you let us know, you get that connected, and then we can meet back.
Wow.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
My only question, how do you integrate with other agencies like Lutheran Social Services, Rapid City School District? I'm assuming they give you referrals, or does it go to the state's attorney? So I guess your clients, how do they become clients?
Learn of us. So part of that prevention education is me going out, providing education on recognizing the signs and symptoms of abuse and how to handle a disclosure if a child comes to you, and then what that reporting process looks like. So providing that education, they receive a report. Lutheran Social Services, many of them are mandated reporters, meaning that they have to, it's a codified law, that they have to report that abuse. Once they report it to law enforcement or CPS or prosecution, then we get involved. Our partners reach out to us, we staff the case, and we go from there.
Yeah, I just wondered what the process was.
Yep, and for FBI, we provide interviews for FBI too. It's the same kind of process.
So where's your physical location then?
We are currently at the old NAU building off of Highway 16 over on your right-hand side.
Keystone, Rapid City then?
Rockerville is our residential facility. We're before that.
Okay.
Yep, and you all are welcome anytime to come see our facility. I would be happy to give you a tour.
Don't know what to say, but, yeah, that's a lot. I mean,
Rapid speed.
I do appreciate your passion. I mean, how long have you been there?
have been there for just over 3 years.
Okay, hopefully, I mean, and you're there for a lot longer.
What's your name?
Jessica Breuer.
So what's the burnout rate for a lot of the,
You know-
I'll be up straight?
Yeah, so we do pretty solid. I have forensic interviewer that's been there for 15 years, another that's been there for 6 or 7, a new one that's been there she's going on 2 years. That's unheard of in this field. My family advocate coordinator has been there over 20 years, and she coordinates with our medical, meeting with our specialized pediatricians. That's unheard of. There's only 3 accredited child advocacy centers in the state of South Dakota. Their peer is solid. Child's voice turnover rate within 2 years, usually.
So the Children's Home Society should always have you speak, so not only you know your job, you know the statistics of the job.
I spend a lot of time out there, yes.
Okay, and I can tell you, Ron is right. Your passion shows from
Thank
what
you.
you're doing, and you'll also know more about it, and you'll want to know everything about what you're talking about, and you obviously show that today, so that was pretty awesome
Thank
presentation.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions for the young lady?
No, it was great information. Thank you.
No, very good. Thank you very much for the presentation, and we'll move on. Mr. Jordan.
All right, do we have anyone here from Journey On? I don't believe so. So then we're
From where?
moving to.
I'm sorry?
Journey On. So we'll move to Complete Health.
He's been waiting.
He has, patiently.
Complete Health.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir.
I don't envy you guys having to do all this.
Oh, we learn a lot, man.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it's pretty cool on that.
I'm sitting back there going, I got my dog from the Humane Society. My son-in-law works for Meals on Wheels, so I don't think he's the one.
Yeah, tell him to said aye.
Yeah. So, yeah, no.
Just snap a picture and circulate it.
My name's Tim Tridart. I'm the CEO for Complete Health. Thank you again for taking the time. Let me tell you a little bit about Complete Health and what we do. We are one of those agencies that traditionally the county has funded as a cost avoidance for where there is, I think, South Dakota Codified Law 3313, I think, that you have to pay for emergency care and unexpected hospitalizations for the indigent. And so back in the 90s, the county stepped forward basically along with some muckety-mucks over at Regional Health and said, hey, let's apply to become to open up and stand up a federally qualified health center. And so about 1998 is when, back then it was called Rapid City Community Health. And there was founded with basically one doctor in that, and it has grown since then. We are what's considered a federally qualified health center. We are the only federally qualified health center in Rapid City, the only one in the Black Hills. And what that basically means is that there's a number of things that we have to do to get that qualification. We get a federal grant to do that. It's about $3 million that we get. Our overall budget is about $13 million, so you can kind of do the math in terms of what that covers. With that, we provide care to everybody. And we basically provide basic primary care, basic medical care, basic dental care, basic mental health care, and basic pharmaceutical care for everyone that walks through our doors, insured, uninsured, rich, poor. But for those that qualify, we provide them care on a sliding scale. And so whether they're insured or uninsured, they can apply for our sliding scale. And therefore, they can hopefully get affordable access to basic primary care and prevent them from having to use the emergency room, et cetera, et cetera. Roughly about 600 in any given year, between 600 and 750, 800 of our patients are homeless, housing insecure. They're living either at the Mission or One Heart or some other agency or out there on the streets. For those individuals that come through our doors, we provide that care for them at no cost to them. And that's for they can see a physician, they can see a counselor, they can see a dentist. And in addition, we will run their labs for them and provide them with pharmaceutical care with the idea, obviously, that we want to get them off the street and get them, obviously, transition to a more stable life. What we do with our county money that you guys have graciously given us for is we use it for copay assistance program within our pharmacy. One of the advantages that we have as a federally qualified health center is we can buy medications at what's called the 340B price, which is essentially the lowest price available. And then basically the revenue that we make from insurance companies when we bill out for that is basically reinvested and to assist us in doing what we're doing. And so what we end up doing is that for those patients that come through our doors that are insured, they may have some high deductibles, or there may be some meds that are very expensive for them, and we can provide them cheaper for those that are uninsured. And so rather than having them all just get it at our uninsured price, we basically charge them what the uninsured price would be, and we subsidize the rest of their copay with the money we get from the county, which allows us then to submit those to the insurance companies and get the revenue for that and then reinvest it. And so basically the money that we get from the county, we're able to get for every dollar that you guys give us, we can basically turn that into about $3 or $4 worth of revenue, which allows us to obviously do and continue our mission. The other big thing is that that base grant that we get from the federal government, that $3 million, that's been unchanged since 2010. And so we have had to, it doesn't matter how many uninsured patients we see or what we do, they basically give us that amount of money. And we have to basically figure out how we are going to do and continue our mission. And we've been very successful, I think, over the last number of years through, I think, one of the things is this, unique sort of partnership that we have with the county that allows us to extend, basically, our funds. It's a challenging year for us. Commissioner Roskinek can tell you that it's been a very challenging year for us. We're anticipating it will be another challenging year with some of the changes. We are anticipating some cuts. Obviously, for Medicaid, the work requirement going into place will dramatically reduce in terms of the number of patients that we have. Since Medicaid expansion, we've seen roughly about 41%. 41% of our patients that we see are covered by Medicaid. The vast majority of those obviously are going to be pediatric patients that come through our doors. But just prior to Medicaid expansion, that number was probably about 25% of our patients were covered by Medicaid. So we've seen an increase in the number of patients that we see that are covered by Medicaid. And conversely, we've seen a significant drop in the number of uninsured patients that we have seen. That we were probably about 30% prior to Medicaid expansion, and we've dropped that down to about 16, 17%. So we are preparing ourselves for obviously some financial belt tightening in terms of that, because obviously it's a lot easier for us to have somebody paying for care rather than having them uninsured and to figure out how we're going to make ends meet. So over the last year, we've had to look at, we've closed we operate 4 clinics, I should say. We did operate 4 clinics. We have our main clinic, which is over on behind Aber Auto Body on the north side of town. That's where our main clinic is. We operate a clinic at the One Heart site, which is obviously seeing a lot of housing insecure folks that come through those doors. We were running a clinic at General Beadle Elementary School, a school-based clinic there. We just closed that one. Just for operational, to reduce that and to redirect all those patients to our clinic at the main clinic. And then we also do outreach stuff to Cornerstone Rescue Mission and to try and get them involved and get them tied back into care. I don't have to tell you that obviously in terms of what we're trying to do is to make sure that we can meet some of those health needs, not only to make sure that all of their chronic illnesses are taken care of, but to get them tied in so that they have a safe place that they can go so we can take care of some of their mental health, substance use, all those sort of things which are crucial when you're dealing with the indigent to make sure that they've got a space for that. So, so questions that you might have.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner
Tim, you
Roskinek.
might expand, when I was at that last meeting, there was different ways that Complete Health wanted to reduce their overall budget. And there was about over a page of ideas. And I don't know what the total dollar amount was, but it was pretty aggressive. And I know there was some feedback from some of the folks on Zoom and whatnot, but could you maybe just mention a few of those ideas that were mentioned at that meeting on how you guys plan on reducing your budget, no pay raise for a year or something like that?
Yeah, we've obviously taken a look at a whole bunch of things, which are probably the same things that you guys would be looking at in terms of obviously pay freezes, in terms of being able to do that. That's a challenge, obviously, because we live in a competitive market.
in terms of all that, once we lose some of that. We've looked at closing some of those outreach clinics, like our One Heart Clinic, in terms of can we continue to sustain that if our costs were to go down. We've looked at reducing some of our ancillary sort of support services. We have community health workers, for instance, that assist with folks that and getting them tied into some of the agencies and social service sort of stuff and assisting with, basically navigating them through the system. We've looked at reducing our patient medication assistance program in terms of some of the stuff that we do in terms of, there's a lot of drug companies that provide free meds to folks that qualify, but there's a lot of paperwork you need to be able to go through to follow that. You don't get really subsidized for that. It's a nice thing, obviously, to be able to provide. And then it gets down to reducing some of our additional staff from our care staff and reducing the amount of access that we have. And so we've got a whole bunch of those sort of things that we're looking at in terms of, we've kind of got kind of a punch list in terms of as things change and should our funding reduce, how can we cut things, And we run a pretty lean ship as it is. And so we recognize that at this point, when we start to reduce things, that we start to cut in the bone, in terms of reducing basically the access. And so we hate to do that, but if we need to do that, that's what we'll do.
I think you mentioned dental services, not a real profitable portion of the income, so.
Yeah, dental services is one of those things. Your average cost per care in a dental visit within our clinic is roughly about $600 to $700 per visit. So clearly, those patients that come in on our sliding scale and are only paying, $30 for a visit, we're having to subsidize that with the rest of our care. And so dental services is one of those things that is a huge need. If you look in terms of the emergency room at the hospital, it's probably one of the greatest needs when people go into the emergency room that are uninsured. They go into the emergency room, there's not a whole lot that they can do in an emergency room except for provide you pain meds. And so we run a walk-in clinic within our dental clinic, and we'll often see patients that have been to the emergency room multiple times and then finally give up and come in to see us because their tooth is abscessed, and then we start to obviously integrate them into our care.
Any other questions? No other questions? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate your time. Appreciate what you do.
Appreciate you guys.
Let's move on, Jordan.
You done?
I was going to say, the only thing left is to talk about anything you guys want on the budget, or we can move on with the agenda.
Let's move on with the agenda.
Going to make a motion to go into executive session for personnel and legal.
I have a motion from Durr, second from Hadcock to move into executive session. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Hearing none, motion carries. Kara, we're going to go into executive session, bud.
Have fun.
All right. Okay, we're up. We're back and
Going to make a motion to come out of executive session.
have a motion by Durr and a second by Ross Connect. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, second by Ross Connect. All in favor, say aye.
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 We're adjourned.
Here's my pictures.